is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media Incorporated. Taylor Mania is running wild. What you gonna do? Oh, sorry. Wrong platform, wrong person. The Super Bowl is coming up. Next on Total Football Talk. Well, boys and girls, welcome once again to Total Football Talk. Hard news and grand action the way you like it. I am one of the co-hosts of this program, Cole Johnson. It's great to be back with all of you. And I am joined, as always, by the other, as the EP extraordinaire and the mad scientist introduces him. It is the man who is Mr. Gridiron Report, the man who is Mr. D. Will and Eating, the man who is Mr. In or Out Sports Debate, and I'm so glad that's going to return soon, along with D. Will and Evening, the one, the only, the man that is the owner of the D. Willie Bucks, D. Willie, aka Drew Willingham. How you doing, man?
Doing great, my man. Definitely glad to have you back on here this week. Did the best we could to hold the fort down for you last week, but we got some great things to cover, mainly with the Super Bowl things upon us here in the next 6 days. Well,
Yes.
5 days now. It's now
5.
Tuesday. Wow, it moved up quick. But looking forward to covering it on this episode 23 of Total Football Talk with my man.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, let's get things started with the opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Great.
Now, I know you're saying, well, Cole, wait a minute. There wasn't a game that took place last week. This past week. Well, technically, there was a flag football game that took place in Orlando, 64-59 NFC over the AFC. There you go. If you all came to see the Pro Bowl review, there you go. That and the NFC basically just ruled the skills competition from Thursday to Sunday.
There's like one event that the AFC won. That's pathetic.
Yeah,
there's like
it is.
one total event.
It
Other
is.
than that, they had the ballers on their side slinging the rock. But yes, like you said, NFC definitely dominated the skills challenge.
Yes. Oh, and thank you to our brother Sig Diggy, coming all over from Norway. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to you, as always, sir. I guess you must have loved the Taylor Mania thing. He says, what in the Terrell Owens tearfully defending Tony Romo at a post-game press conference is this? Thank you, Sick. I'm glad that you like it. Well, in lieu of going all ham about the skills competition and the Pro Bowl flag football competition, we're going to actually touch on something that I think is near and dear to all of our hearts, and of course, near and dear to all, I guess you could say, debaters of football, at least debaters of pro football, and that is the NFL honors. That's going to be coming down the pike. Actually, Thursday night is when it's going to be from Las Vegas, and we'll get to find out who is going to be the coach of the year and the comeback player of the year and the offensive player of the year and offensive and defensive rookie of the year, and of course the MVP. So we will break that down right now. And actually, we will start with the comeback player of the year. Now, it almost seemed as if it was a no-brainer as to who was going to win this award, considering that we were dealing with Damar Hamlin coming back from being dead on the field last January. But it's not going to be a total slam dunk. At least I don't think it's going to be, and I don't think Drew's going to think it's going to be a slam dunk either. But here are the participants for who are the nominees for who are up for Comeback Player of the Year. So, of course, I just mentioned Damar Hamlin, of course, the safety for the Bills. Tua Tagovailoa, the starting quarterback for the Dolphins. Matthew Stafford, starting quarterback for the Rams. Baker Mayfield, starting quarterback of the Bucks. And Joe Flacco, starting quarterback of the second half of the season for the Browns. So, of all of those names I just mentioned, who do you have as the Comeback Player of the Year winner?
I really want to give it to Damar Hamlin based on what you had said, but I mean, he came back from something, catastrophic from what we saw in the moment. So I don't want to take that away from him. And definitely went through a lot to come back, but he only played in 5 games during the regular season. To me, I feel like a comeback player, regardless of what it is that they're going through, has to play at least half of the games in the season, if not more. It's just a lot for someone to come in and play 5 games and get the comeback player of the year award. I don't think that that's fair. So as much as I want to give it to Damar Hamlin, I'm not going to give it to him. When it comes to Tua, if it wasn't for the production from Tyreek Hill, he wouldn't have had the type of season that he had this year. Tyreek Hill was a huge part of why he got the production that he did out of his numbers this year. Matthew Stafford, although he did have a bounce back year in some aspects, it just wasn't quite enough to get the Rams a little bit further in the playoffs. So I can't go with him. Joe Flacco, for what the man had been through, the roller coaster ride since his Super Bowl win that he had with the Ravens, signing that big contract, and ever since then having the nosedive that he did. Then being out of the league, finding his way back in midway through the year and doing what he did. I think that was great, but I just can't give it to him either. I think Wise El Jefe was reading my mind because I'm going with Bunker Stayfield. Bunker Stayfield to be on, 3 teams last year between the Browns, the Panthers, and I can't even remember the Rams. I was about to say I couldn't even remember, but then when I think about those 2 touchdowns that he threw to give them that victory in that Rams game, and I believe they went to overtime in that game. That's something that is still stuck in the back of my mind. I couldn't, for some reason, I was having a brain fart. It is early in the morning, but when it comes to what he did then to put his name in the hat for a reliable quarterback to come in there and do something like he did for the Bucs this year, I don't think there was anybody else that could have attempted to fill Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II's shoes this season after what he did last year. When it comes to coming in 2023 and doing what he did great things for old TB number 2 when it comes to that situation right there. He wasn't the number 2. He was 1, and he didn't take a 2. He took a 1 out there on that field there.
Oh, Lord. Wise El Jefe, as he just mentioned earlier, he says, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to you, sir. My mentality brother and the guy who is in charge of Stuck in My Mind. His choice for Comeback Player of the Year, it says Bunker Stayfield, but of course that is the nickname, loving and not so loving, that Drew gives of one Baker Mayfield. Stats wise, I agree with you. I think he has the stats that basically would say, okay, yeah, this is the guy. It's unfortunate. People, I think we sort of put on the back burner that Stafford had issues with injury, and Tua, of course, had his issues last year with concussions and didn't suffer one this year. So yes, all of those 2 I think are phenomenal. And of course, Damari goes without saying. He actually trumps it just by living. But of course, I agree with you in terms of actually setting foot on the field and playing. I think he would be disqualified for that since he didn't play much. I think the award's going to go to Flacco. And it's not that I want him to win it or I don't want him to win it. It's just Who thought that the Browns offense was going to do what they did after Deshaun Watson went down with his injury when they're in their victory against the Ravens in Baltimore? Nobody. And even when Watson was in the lineup, you had a cavalcade of quarterbacks that just simply wasn't doing the trick, along with Watson. And then here comes Flacco, and all of a sudden the offense just clicks and it made sense. Now, I'm not saying that he was absolutely perfect, but for that offense, he was perfect for them. And like, although stats wise, I'd probably go with Mayfield. Actually, I think the tearjerker part of it, the emotional tugs, part of the pulling the heart of the tug strings part of it, I think they're going to give it to Flacco.
Yeah, but I mean, coming into this preseason, it's kind of like for this past season, it's kind of like with what your Texans were going through. They didn't really, and nobody had the Texans in the playoffs, and nobody had really the Bucks in the playoffs either. They were saying five, maybe 6 wins, 5-12, 6-11. That was the proposed record for preseason football at that point. They were looking at the Bucks saying they're going to win 5, maybe 6 games. We get through the regular season, and they were 8-9 last year, made the playoffs, and they got one more win this year than they did last year with Tom Brady, and became 9-8 to get to the playoffs, and had a playoff victory this year to improve from last year. So definitely exciting future it looks like for the Buccaneers. If everybody can stay healthy, then keep everybody at a good dollar rate, as we can say, and Bunker Stayfield continues to be productive.
Yeah. I can't I can't hate on your pick if I tried. I couldn't do that at all. I really couldn't. It looks like they have found their guy for the next 5 years, and I hope that it is a marriage that is made in heaven for both the Bucks and Mayfield, because it looks as though all they need to do is just build the right pieces around him and a Mike Evans. And it looks like they can do some things, because I think they still have a little juice on the defensive end too. So, yeah, I think more victory for the Bucks, I believe, and definitely more victory for Baker Mayfield for actually having the best year of his NFL career thus far, and I think he actually can be better. Yeah. I still think it's Flacco, but I cannot throw shade on Mayfield being the winner if I tried. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I bet I threw you a curveball picking Bunker Stayfield. There are 2 things for certain. One, Bunker Stayfield's going to get paid. Okay.
Oh yeah, he's getting money. He's getting money.
He's 2, he's going to get offers to do commercials again, like he did the last time he had a decent season in the NFL. Except for, if I were you, Bunker, I would not take the commercial money and do all that, because the last time that sets you up for great failure out here in the media, and you're going to have to deal with a lot more if you decide to do some commercials this offseason, then come back next year and lay an egg.
See, he was doing all right until you mentioned the commercial spots. We do not need to have him do more commercials and have victories on the field. No, we don't need to have that again.
Yeah, the only person that can handle that is old Kels. He's the only one that I guess he can handle being Mr. Pfizer and playing the Super Bowl at the same time.
Oh, Lord. Goodness gracious. I'm so glad he's not up for an award. Oh, my goodness. Turning our attention to the coaching now. And we're going to actually have cherry pick the assistant coach of the year. And, we did mention one Brown. And so we'll mention the defensive coordinator of the Browns, Jim Schwartz. He's up for this award, along with Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens, Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator for the Ravens, and Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator for the Texans. So, of the five, who do you think will win the assistant coach of the year?
It's a great amount of people that you have on this list between with what Ben Johnson did with the Lions.
Yeah.
Definitely big on him and the Lions to
Mhm.
get as far as they did this year and
Mhm.
so close to the Super Bowl. I would much rather be watching them representing the NFC this upcoming Sunday, but we'll talk more about that later. Jim Schwartz did a great thing for the Cleveland Browns defense.
Yes, he did.
Mike McDonald was huge with the Ravens defense as well, which is why he is now a head coach in the NFL. You
Right.
know, Todd Monken with the Ravens as well did some good things over there with the offensive side. But, I'm not trying to take your own pick there, Cole, but I'd have to say when it comes to the Texans, Bobby Slowick did his job this year and did it very, very well.
Mhm.
Rookie head coach and D'Amico Ryans.
Right.
Then, in the other hand, you got a rookie quarterback coming
Mhm.
into the NFL doing what he did. And for you as the offensive coordinator to get the most out of your quarterback in the fashion that you did, you got to be proud of that. And I feel like whoever does the voting for this award in the NFL should be thinking about that when they cast that name on that ballot. They got to give it to Bobby Slowick to do what he did again with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback. It's not unheard of, but it's very rare that we see a feat like that.
Man, that's a good choice. And just thinking about the staff they had. I mean, D'Amico Ryans, rookie head coach. Of course, we mentioned the rookie QB and CJ Stroud all day. Bobby Slowick, rookie year of him being the offense coordinator, and they had a brand new minted quarterbacks coach too. So you had on that staff first year guys, and it's like they all got together in the in the OTAs and say, okay, it's one for all and all for one. The people are going to probably say our inexperience is going to play against us. Let our camaraderie with the chips on our shoulder be what's going to motivate us, and we got a chance to see that play out. I would love to go homer and say I think I agree with you with all what you said because Slowick was a huge part as to why the Texans had the success they did, and thankfully we'll get a chance to see him build on that success as the offense coordinator of the Texans next year. But he is going to not be on that job for much longer.
No, and I think the Lions are happy to see Ben Johnson announce that he's coming back as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not for the greatest of circumstances, but for your questions that you have for me later, I'll make sure I touch base on that as well.
Oh yes, definitely. But I will disqualify Slowick not necessarily because of what he did, but because I think there's others that actually did a better job. Look, Jim Schwartz, I got to hand him a lot of credit. The dude is one of the best defensive coordinators out there, and I said that about him long before this year. He can't be a head coach with the darn, but he definitely can scheme defenses. That is what he does well. That is what he specializes in doing. The only mark against him that I will put on him is we got a chance to see it in the wild card round. That at home they were world beaters. That defense was almost 85 Bears like, almost 2000 Ravens like. I mean, you just couldn't do anything against that defense when they were playing in Cleveland. When you got them away from Cleveland, you could do some things against them. And I just to put I can't really have him be the guy because of other factors. I just have to scratch Schwartz off the list to win this one. I scratch Monken off the list too, because I really am not a fan of how that Ravens offense is. Now I'll give him credit for making things a little more comfortable for Lamar Jackson in the pocket. I'll give him credit for that. Unfortunately, that offense is still too much built around him. It is built around Lamar Jackson to succeed on a high level. He has to run for 50 yards and he has to be efficient in the pocket. And you cannot ask any quarterback to do that every single game, because if he doesn't do it in one game, an L is going to happen, and we saw that last Sunday. So Monken's off the list for me. So then to me, it's down between Mike McDonald, like you said, the newly minted head coach of the Seahawks, who was the defense coordinator for the Ravens, and Ben Johnson, the offense coordinator of the Lions, who we will touch on him a little later too, who is the head coach of the Washington Commanders. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, he's not. He's still the offense coordinator of the Lions. Oh, man. I gotta go with McDonald. I want to go with Ben Johnson because I like the fact that, to me, Ben Johnson is sort of like that Soul to Soul song in Back to Life, where the refrain goes, however do you want it, however do you need it. So whatever defensive front the Lions saw, they would attack it. So there could be games where that Goff could throw 40 times in a game. Then there could be times that Montgomery and Gibbs could run it 40 times in a game. It just depends on how the flow of the game is and how the offense goes. I like Ben Johnson a lot. I like Mike McDonald just a little bit more because it was really difficult to execute against that defense of the Ravens. I mean, absolutely difficult. The only team that seemed to have some hold on them was possibly the Browns in the second half of the game in Baltimore when they played. It's like I gotta reach for things like one quarter when the Colts beat them, the first half in the AFC Championship game. I mean, you have to pick few and far between moments as to when that Ravens defense just was not prepared, because they were prepared most of the year. And so for me, my pick is McDonald, Mike McDonald. And I hope things go well for you with Seattle. I think he's going to get the assistant coach of the year award.
That's a good pick.
Yeah,
I like it. Ben Johnson still thinks should have done a better job of talking Dan Campbell out of going for it on fourth down more than once in that NFC Championship game. And Mike McDonald could have looked over and said, hey, guys, I know I'm the defensive coordinator, but your running backs had the same amount of rushing attempts as Lamar Jackson. 3 running backs combining for 8 carries for 27 yards. I couldn't say it enough on last week's episode on how much of a debacle that was. Yeah, you guys, you got to at least use your voice in that locker room at halftime and say, look, I know I coach the defense, but looking at what you're doing out there, you are playing like a bunch of dumpster pelicans with your running back core.
Yeah, I agree. There's no excuse that the number 1 rushing team in the league
was the number 1 dumpster pelican for the weekend
and only rushed 8 times with their running backs. Yeah, I'm with you. I find that to be disgusting, and I probably would have gone on for about 15 minutes on telling you how disgusting I felt that to be. And I guess my pick is sort of reflecting in this because I just didn't even consider Monken for this award, because you went into a game plan, the biggest game of your year, and you go away from what you did best. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So, so for me, yeah, it's McDonald. Look, Slowick. To me, I think it's between Slowick, Johnson, and McDonald. Because I think that they all did things to where you made us think with their units, wow, this is a huge turnaround with all 3 of them. The Lions offense was more efficient this year than last, and of course they were efficient last year too, as opposed to the previous years, but they were really efficient this year and they were diversified. The Ravens defense, they were being toasted in the secondary last year. They buttoned that up this year. And now we have a star in the secondary in Kyle Hamilton and another star in Humphreys, where now all of that is sown, and it's all down depending on if they can get to the quarterback. So you have those two sides of the ball for those teams that improved tremendously, and then you got Slowick. because that offense of the Texans was putrid last year. Putrid.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, I cannot tell you how bad it is. And now you are coming off the year where we'll mention somebody who is up for an award, who threw for over 4,000 yards and did other things that I will talk about later. V-Lock 83 or Victor Lock or Vicalock says good morning to one and all in the TFT Army. I love that, brother. And good morning to the EP of all EPs, Cole Johnson, and the big game hunter of... I'm sorry. I've been trying this out in my head. The EP of all EPs, Cole Johnson, and the big game hunter of dumpster pelicans worldwide, Sensei Drew Willingham.
I love it there, Vicala, but I'm going to call you out, as you know that I am very, very prone to do so. We need a new name. Now, put that back up there, Cole Johnson. I'm not done yet.
Lord.
There's a key word in there. You need to stop recycling stuff there, Vicala. Change the Army name because you use it in another chat way too much. That has an Army for their chat. You need to call this a militia or something else. That's your homework before now and next week. I'm giving you your homework there, Victor Locke. Do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Change the Army to something cooler because you cannot recycle something from one to another. I need you to be genuine, brother.
So the Dumpster Pelican Big Game Hunter basically says the TFT Army. Goodness gracious. You and your PSAs. All right. All right. From assistant coach of the year to the coach of the year or head coach of the year. And we have 5 great candidates here. One I will eliminate right off the top. Kevin Stefanski of the Browns. I know that's so cold of me to do. But the others are D'Amico Ryans of the Texans, Dan Campbell of the Lions, Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers, and John Harbaugh of the Ravens. All right, so of the 5, who do you have for Coach of the Year?
Well, you already eliminated Stefanski. It's not like I can't even like boost that up a little bit and try to like treat this like WWE for a storyline for like 14 seconds because you already took him out of there. The man has been eradicated. I cannot use him. Now, looking at the other 4 choices that I have when it comes to this question, John Harbaugh, Kyle Shanahan, Dan Campbell, and D'Amico Ryans are all good choices. I mean, when you look at this question right here, I mean, I feel like this is one of the ones out of your slate that you can't really go wrong with no matter who you pick. Because all 4 of these teams made it to the playoffs and did some damage in the playoffs and have a bright future between all 4 teams if they play their cards right. Because you look at John Harbaugh and the Ravens getting to the AFC Championship game, besides what their offensive line decided to show up like that day, as well as their running game. You got to at least give them the credit for getting as far as they did. And people saying with the way that the drama of the Lamar Jackson contract situation last offseason,
right.
I don't think you or I back then would have sat there and said there's a really good chance that we're going to see the Ravens in the AFC Championship game this upcoming year. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, once we got the year rolling and seeing what they were doing, of course, it was like Super Bowl or bust because of the way this defense was playing this year.
Yeah.
But looking at that, looking at Kyle Shanahan with the 49ers, getting them to the Super Bowl and what they did there, and especially this is the 2nd Super Bowl as a head coach with this team and 3rd overall as a coach, you got to give him the credit for what he's done, especially with the 2nd-year quarterback who was Mr. Irrelevant, okay? So you can't take that away from him either. Dan Campbell, former tight end in the league for 3 different teams, and now head coach biting off kneecaps for the 3rd season, getting his team to the NFC Championship. And, I had to throw it in there. And had it not been for some bonehead calls on 4th down, he probably would be in the Super Bowl at this point or made a little bit better decisions as far as running the ball a little bit more the second half in that NFC Championship game and not going for it for every single 4th down and missing, when it comes to that situation. I can't give it to him either. The one I got to give it to, and I guess I'm going to fall on the back of the Houston Texans for the second time out of 3 questions so far in this slate. But and I'm really not trying to take Cole's answer because usually I save this situation for him every single time on every other show. But today I have to go realistically and pick my pick. I got to go with D'Amico Ryans, the rookie head coach, former player in the NFL, coming in. And had he done this with a veteran quarterback or more veteran pieces on that offensive side, I'd be more willing and inclined to give it to, another team. But because you did it with such a rookie quarterback and a young team, it's got to be, with the age of the players we've seen, the youngest team in the NFL overall. For what he did, there's a bright future for that team for the next 5-6 years at minimum. And it's all because of what they drafted and got in free agency last year, and they still have a bunch of cap room they can work with going into this season. Not as much as the Washington Commanders, but they still have a good chunk because they have rookie scale contracts for not just the players, but for the coaches as well. So I got to go with the Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans is my coach of the year this year for 2023 season.
Yeah, I agree with you. Looks like we have a possible candidate. Victor says TFT Mafia.
I like that better. That is definitely better. The Navy, the Marines, the Force. Ryan McCarthy is jumping in there.
That's why I was about to. That's exactly why I was about to go next. Our wonderful friend Ryan McCarthy of Dokerditch's Acquire Fame. He says TFT Navy, Marines. Anyway, good morning, Cold and Drew. Good morning to you too, sir. I hope your cold is healed. I hope you're better, man. Let's see. I can't argue with you. I really can't. Look,
on all accounts.
The reason why I just dismissed the Fansky is because I just there was just times during the year where I just looked at him and said, some of these decisions you're making, you got to be consulted with somebody that doesn't play football. Sometimes I say I said of him, but most times he actually had them on the straight and narrow. And of course, the Browns had what their best year in years. I know they went to the playoffs. And they won a playoff game 2 years before with Baker Mayfield as their quarterback. But I digress. Kyle Shanahan, respect him, love his father too, Mike. He knows his way around a balanced offense. I will give him his due. He now has the pieces where if they perform right and they execute well, they could beat any team in the league. And so I do like Shanahan. I don't think he's going to win it. And the reason why I don't think he's going to win it is there's certain times where in the big moments, he just seems to not bring it home. I don't know what it is. He just, we'll talk about that a little later. John Harbaugh. He gives you competitive teams. Every single year, the Ravens are in the mix. They may not go as far as they've gotten every year, but every year they're in the mix. Every year you're saying, okay, well, they have the possibility of wreaking some havoc in the playoffs. Every single year he has his team at least playoff ready. The fact that he doesn't have them Super Bowl ready because now he is 1-3 in AFC Championship games, that's a little alarming to me. But I like him, but he seems to be at the helm of incomplete teams. So it comes down to D'Amico Ryans and Dan Campbell. And of the 5, the most impressive job that any of these coaches has done is Ryans. Not even a question. D'Amico, that's the most impressive head coaching job that anyone has done this year. The fact that this is his first year as the head coach of a team, and not just of the team he's helming, the first year he's ever been a head coach in the NFL, with a rookie QB, with a rookie offensive coordinator, with a rookie quarterbacks coach. Uh, the only experience on the staff was on the defensive end, and even that was a little bit on the newish end. So I tip my cap to him. I think that he did the best job. But Dan Campbell's going to win the award, and here's why I say he's going to win it. People love heck, we hear it here often. You know, we love the kneecaps being bit off, and we love the fight, and we are all in on we're going to fight for the city of Detroit, and we're going to fight for the Lions, and we're going to fight for one another, and there's people who are invested in the team, and they invest in the team because they will run through, because average people will run through brick walls for Dan Campbell. And I personally think he probably should have won this award last year, but I figured he wasn't because the team didn't make the playoffs. But I said if they were to win the NFC North, that award is his, and I am not relenting one single iota. They won the NFC North. They got to the NFC Championship game. I will talk about the issues I have with you, sir, in that game momentarily. But that notwithstanding, I think the award is his to lose.
It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out with that, with the voting for this award here soon. But definitely, I can't argue with that choice either when it comes to your selections. And Dan Campbell, definitely a good choice. I just, if Dan Campbell would have done what D'Amico Ryans did in his first season, then I would be more willing to give it to someone like that. But for what D'Amico Ryans did in year one, I mean, it sets the bar high for year two for him. But at the same time, I got to give all the credit in the world to him. And I know you had to pick somebody different. But with that being said, you did make a solid choice for your pick as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can't hate you for picking Ryans because, like I said, I had to quantify it. I think he had the best year, personally, of any head coach because nobody thought that the Texans were going to win 10 games in the year. And this year, no one thought they was going to win the AFC South, and nobody thought they were going to win a playoff game. And that is what, at the helm that D'Amico Ryans led, that's exactly what the Texans did this year. So, and the turnaround was real. They won 3 games last year. They won 10 this year. So, I will be jumping up and down if Ryans wins this award. But I just think that the overwhelming sentimental favorite is going to probably win out over the guy who probably earned it. And I think Ryans is going to win this award at some point in the near future, though. I do think that. If it just wasn't the fact that you had people who love the kneecaps, biting off kneecaps, man. Now to the players, and we'll begin with the rookies. And we'll begin with the defensive rookies of the year. And here we go with another Texan, Will Anderson Jr., outside linebacker of the Texans. You got Jalen Carter, defensive tackle for the Eagles. You got Kobe Turner, linebacker for the Rams. You got Joey Porter Jr., I think he's a corner for the Steelers, and Devon Witherspoon of the Seahawks. So who do you have, sir, for defensive rookie of the year?
I really want to go with Will Anderson Jr., but I don't want to seem like I'm completely siding with every Texans pick in every question, just because they're the best choice so far. That's why I went through them. But I actually have to go with someone a little bit different, and I'm going to go with Joey Porter Jr. For the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Good choice.
The reason why I'm going to go with Joey Porter Jr., not only because of his production this year, but, there's not many. It's a small percentage of second-generation athletes that come out into that same sport. Granted, he is playing a different position than what his father played, okay?
Right.
His father was a linebacker. Much different position that he's playing in the secondary, but his production for what he's got is definitely overall got to give it to him for that. But two, when you come in and you're playing behind a parent who not only is a Super Bowl champion, who's been to the highest point and succeeded, okay, but is someone who's definitely remembered within the community that you're playing in, okay?
Right.
Because he
Right.
played for the same team. It's not like he came in, like we'll say Marvin Harrison Jr. in this upcoming draft has the opportunity to be a high touted pick, but more than likely play for a different team because his father played for the Colts and the Colts are not up there in the top 5 picks. Okay.
Right.
So he'll more likely play for a different team. Joey Porter Jr. does not have that same luxury. He's playing for a team that his father had great success on. So when I think about that, and I think about for what he did coming in here as a rookie, we've seen this happen before. We've seen other players come in after their parent, after their father, and have success in the league. But to do it on that kind of stage and in a way help the Steelers rebound, because to start this year, it was not looking good. We were hearing different things coming out of that locker room. The record was not good the first half of the season, and it's something we've seen out of the Steelers the past few years, actually, where it's tough for them to get it going the first half of the season. But the second half of the season, they find a way to at least end the year with a winning record, to where Mike Tomlin now still has a winning record for every single season that he's coached in the NFL. He has not lost a season yet, or this team, and he helped definitely build Joey Porter Jr. in the process, or at least get him ready for NFL game action. And he did his best, and that's why I got to give it to him for this situation in the Defensive Player of the Year award for the rookies.
I can't hate on that. In fact, when you said it, I was like, that's a really good that's a really strong pick. That's a really strong pick.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would love to go Will Anderson Jr. I mean, he did some awesome things, and he came on strong in the second half of the season along with it. I'm really loving him. I mean, look, came from Alabama. He decided to still show what he can do, and the Texans may have found the leader of their defense in him. So that's a really good choice, really good pick. But he's not my winner, I don't think. Jalen Carter, the man child. Manning part of manning the defensive interior of the Eagles. He started off slow. He seemed to do well in the middle of the season, then he tailed off at the end of the season. I would like to give it to him. Unfortunately, we got a chance to see the Eagles suffer from something I didn't think we were going to see them suffer from, and that is actually run defense. And that's part of his job. Although he did have 6 sacks in the season, part of his job is to eat some space, and he didn't eat space good enough. And it's not just him, and of course he's still learning. The Devon Witherspoon, he's coming to his own. He had a really good season. To me, another corner, not as strong to me as even the Joey Porter, but good season nonetheless. And of course, Joey, wonderful job, and being in the same. And I love how you said that, being in the same community as your father played in. And you and I both know Joey Porter in Pittsburgh is revered. They love the guy. So to do what he's done in the Steelers uniform and still be a good pro, tip my cap to you, my young man. But I had to give it to Kobe Turner. And he may not win the award because people were like, who's this guy? Well, the dude just simply played a solid linebacker. Just solid. He's exactly what you want in a linebacker, where you ask him to do whatever it is that he has to do, and he'll do it all. And it looks like he is showing signs that he is going to be as diversified at linebacker as Aaron Donald is at defensive tackle. And if that's the case, the Rams have probably found their piece to build around defensively for their future. But it was difficult to pick against Will Anderson Jr. But
yeah, it was tough for me too as well.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough, but Kobe did his thing. Yeah, and I can't hate on him for that. He did his thing. Oh, Victor says, I don't like the TFT Mafia or even the TFT Tribe. Special shout out to the DC area with the Tribe.
I like those two names out there, and like I said, it was tough for me to pick against Will Anderson Jr. because for him and CJ Stroud to be up there in the top 3 picks in the draft, okay, and then come out and do what they did on the offense and defensive side, you gotta give them as much credit in the world as you can for what they did to improve both sides of the ball for that team this year. Just with everything that I was thinking about, Joey Porter, his dad, he is a one-time Super Bowl champion, part of that bringing the bus back home to Detroit Super Bowl win. And, then went on to have a decent follow-up into the career with the Dolphins and the Cardinals. And I believe he was part of that Cardinals team. Maybe he became a year after the team that helped get the Cardinals to the Super Bowl. I think that he was on that team, if I remember right. And then, after that, he goes and coaches with the Steelers for a little bit. He's an outside linebackers coach, up until like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Can't remember exactly. But now he's with the San Antonio Brahmas as a linebackers coach.
UFL now, yeah.
So, yeah, he's with the UFL. So we'll definitely cover more of that here in the upcoming future. But when it comes to, JP2, I just feel like with all the hype around your family, your name, and you come out and you do what you did, all the credit to you in the world, brother. You got my pick for the rookie defensive player of the year.
Yeah, and I agree with that pick too. Mickey, it's good to see you, my brother. He says sorry for being late. He's going to eat to get his pills. All right. Well, I hope it's for a medicinal reason, sir. I'll just keep it like that.
Keeping yourself in check there, Mick.
Yeah. Now, switching to the opposite side of the field, the offensive rookies of the year. And you have CJ Stroud, quarterback of the Texans. You have Sam Laporta, tight end of the Lions. You have Jahmyr Gibbs, running back of the Lions. Puka Nacua, the wide receiver for the Rams. And Bijan Robinson, running back for the Falcons. All right. Of the 5, who is your offensive rookie of the year?
This is another one where all 5, it's tough to really distinguish the best one because all of them had their best impacts with the team. I mean, Bijan Robinson was the one that for many weeks kept Artie his job. If it wasn't for what he did, Artie would have been gone a long time before that in the season. Okay.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs, definitely a powerhouse for the Lions as well. And a big reason why they got to the NFC Championship game. Looking at and also for the same team, Sam Laporta setting the rookie record for receptions by a tight end. Definitely played a huge part in why the Detroit Lions got there. And you and I were talking about that 2 weeks ago. When we were talking about the fact that his blocking was a huge part of that as well.
Yeah.
And then, you look at CJ Stroud, top pick in the draft, doing with what he did. Well, second pick, because you got to look at what happened with the Panthers, but we won't go there today. We'll leave that one alone because we're going to try to keep it on a positive note. But looking with what he did, number 2 coming into the league, and with that hype and to be able to do what he did with the Texans, absolutely enormous and great for that. And you guys are going to think that I'm a Texans fan if I pick another Texans player this close with these questions. So even though I'm not a fan of the Texans, I got to give the credit where it's due. But I think with this one, I got to go with Puka Nacua for my pick for offensive rookie of the year. And you look at what happened with Cooper Kupp, him going down early in the season. And they didn't have a go-to receiver, and they were already talking about it at that point in the year. And we were as well at some aspect saying, Matthew Stafford doesn't really have a weapon now. I mean, the Rams season's done. And for a little bit, it looked like that. It took a little bit to get it going and getting Puka going. But once he had that platform to showcase his talents and get more targets,
Mhm.
he took it and ran. He took the opportunity and ran.
Yeah, he did.
And when I look at what Puka Nacua was actually able to do in his first year in the NFL, I mean, I can't take away anything from everybody else that you have on this list. You have
No.
some great talent here for the offensive rookies of the year candidates.
Mhm.
But looking at it here, I mean, in the season alone, he had 105 receptions for 1,486 yards
That
and
is
6
sick.
touchdowns. Yes, as a rookie, played all 17 games, started all 17 games on the other side of Cooper Kupp that started out as well. But
Mhm.
rushing, he also had 12 carries for 89 yards. And, unfortunately, he did have one fumble, but I mean, he's a
Mhm.
rookie. He's going to make mistakes. In the
One
post,
fumble.
yeah, in the one game,
Mhm.
he played in the postseason, Cole,
Oh
he had
gosh, he shined.
9 receptions for 181 yards and a touchdown. Not many rookies shine that bright on that stage, that early in their career with
Mhm.
100 yards, let alone almost
Almost
double
2.
that
Mhm.
in less than 10 catches. So he had
Mhm.
single-digit catches for almost 200 yards. When I put all that in perspective and I think about that, the type of impact that he made on this Rams team, the Rams would not have made the playoffs
No.
with Cooper Kupp's injury and the rest of the lineup that they had around them. So when I think about that situation right there, I got to give it to Puka Nacua.
Yeah, and to throw on it, and to actually throw another log on that fire. In that playoff game, he had more than half of the 360 plus yards that Matthew Stafford threw for in that game. So you had a Super Bowl champion quarterback saying, "Rookie, you're the guy." Now that is an endorsement and a half. And so we're gonna ride you, brother. We're gonna ride you till the wheels fall off. And that, Puka's gonna be heard from for many years. Oh man. And if this was any other, I guess, year, I would pick him. But any of these 5 are worthy. I mean, Jimmy Gibbs, he came close to getting 1,000 on the ground. He got over 1,000 scrimmage yards, which of course that does mean something. Like you said about Laporta, most catches for a rookie tight end, and he was a huge piece of what they were doing as it went down the stretch and even in the playoffs. And I'm glad that you mentioned what he does in the running game. He does not go off the field on in running situations. In fact, he is right there with them. And there's a big reason as to why you had the Montgomery Gibbs combination be as potent as they were in the backfield. Having Laporta at times be that 6th lineman is one of them. And Bijan Robinson, you said it. You said the line that I was going to say. He's the reason why Arthur Smith stayed around for as long as he did, because that's the all offense they had. That was all offense they had. Him. And for him to be that way in a rookie, as a rookie, that's awesome. But yes, I got to go with CJ Stroud, and no, this isn't a homer pick. This is a straight up, have you seen a rookie do this pick? Now, we've seen rookies throw for over 4,000 yards. So that isn't remarkable. And we've seen rookies throw for 23 touchdowns. That's remarkable. To me, what makes him stand out is he only threw in 15 starts 5 interceptions. 5 picks all year long. 5 interceptions. And in the 2 playoff games he played in, he threw for 0. The fact that I really believe that the Texans found their holy grail in their QB, a guy who has as much moral fiber as he does talent on the field, they have to be ecstatic. And if I were Slow is going to be off the staff probably after next year. But if I were Ryans, and if I was the front office, if I was Caserio, and if I was even McNair, which you need your butt still whooped, but I digress. you should be over the moon excited that you got this pick right. And now I'm not going to disparage Bryce Young. It's just that the dude is playing in front of 300-pound turnstiles. But with Stroud, you have the future right there, and they got a chance to see their future right now, and it looks so bright. Everybody in NRG Stadium got to wear shades. But I can say the same thing about Puka Nacua, because whoever is going to replace Matthew Stafford, you have a number one wide receiver in him, and you don't have to look too far once Kupp has to leave and retire himself.
You know, the biggest reason why I didn't pick CJ Stroud in this right here, two reasons. One, because I'd already picked multiple Houston Texans picks in the early questions of this opening drive. But two, I had to leave you something that be in your team. I knew you would probably want to pick CJ here, so I didn't want to go with him on that one. But the biggest reason why I didn't pick him was, you know, as much as I love what he did and everything that you said, I fully support and back that up, okay? But the biggest reason why, Puka played 17-game regular season. Yeah. CJ played 15.
15, right.
You know, CJ did get banged up, and he came back, and he got the playoff victory in the first game. I give him all the credit in the world. But you played 15 games a season. So I see what you said there, Victor Locke, but I'm not budging on what I said. Played 15 games this season in comparison to Puka's 17, and what Puka did that nobody. When was the last time we had a receiving rookie have nearly 1,500 yards? Yeah, I get it. They're playing an extra game in a season, but then to do what he did in that lone playoff game, and you did lose, but it was a close game because of what the rookie did in production. I got to go with Puka. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't want to pick against CJ Stroud, but I had to here.
Oh, and this was actually it went for an incomplete pass, but a key third down that if this pass was complete, the Rams probably could have milked the rest of the clock, kicked the game-winning field goal, and we wouldn't have been talking about the Lions advancing. That pass went to Nacua, not Kupp. You would think it would have gone to Kupp in that situation. It didn't go to Kupp, didn't go to Higbee, who both have Super Bowl experience, both playing in it and winning it. But no, he goes to Nacua in that situation. That just shows to me the bright future that he has. And yeah, I can back that. Yeah, Stroud had to lick his wounds, and he was concussed and got held out for 2 games because of it. It's just that the dude had 15 starts and threw 5 picks.
Plus, did anybody see his catch at the Pro Bowl? The skills challenge catch, where Puka was on a wakeboard, and he was out there and flipped in the air, and then that was David Njoku, and he couldn't catch the ball. Puka was still riding a wakeboard. Puka was still riding a wakeboard and caught a ball from, I believe, Jimmy Clausen of all people. Okay, so for you to catch a ball while riding a wakeboard from a guy named Jimmy Clausen, who we haven't heard of since he tried to charge Cam Newton $1 million for the number 1 jersey. Okay. Or number 2 jersey, my apologies. So when you think about that, that's a lot on his plate. And Puka got that catch. That's another reason why I got to give him this pick.
Look, I can't argue. I can't argue saying, what the heck are you picking Puka for? No. Like I said, if it wasn't, and if Stroud was on any other team, I still would pick Stroud. But if it wasn't for having a QB as a rookie, lead his team to a division crown, and only throw 5 picks to do it, it's the minimal amount of mistakes, along with the over 4,000 yards and over 20 touchdowns, and the efficiency in which he has done it in the pocket. That is what just wows me about him. And I'm like, wow, this is something that I did not see coming. Because I was thinking, I'll admit, I'll say this on air. I'll say this with this mic on blast and the red light on. I thought CJ Stroud was going to be just like every other Ohio State quarterback that has come out of the program. One where it's like, okay, he shows flashes, he shows some brilliance, he shows that he knows some football. but ultimately we're going to be disappointed with this guy. I actually thought that. Boy, was I wrong. And I am so glad to say, as a Texas fan, I am wrong. And I will say it to CJ's face. Sir, I just thought you were going to be just like every other Ohio State quarterback, but your rookie season shut me up. So I apologize to you for not having the faith in you that you had obviously in yourself and our team had in you. So yes, I will say that. Oh my. So Victor says, yeah, not really, Sensei. No one had any inkling of a clue that the Texans would be as amazing as they were this year. And I think this is the first of many amazing years for the Texans. I think so too. I really do. But he says he has a question for us. What would you want on your teams to do more of next season? I will hold that question for us to answer a little later.
Yeah.
6 says CJ Stroud has shown he's mature beyond his age. He's a quick study and fast learning. He's still got dues to pay though, and he still have things to learn. That is what is the scariest part about it. We have not seen the best of him. We have not even seen the best of the early CJ Stroud NFL career yet. Because this actually might be the worst he will look in his early years. That's the thought I have. This might be the worst he might look. And I'll take 4,000 yards, 23 touchdowns, and 5 picks for it to be the worst. 5 picks. That's why I'm with it. 5 picks for rookie. You want that for veteran QBs. Man.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I got a feeling that he's going to have a season where he throws more than 5 picks at some point.
I know he is. I know. I know he is. I would love for it to be that it's the worst he's going to look in terms of picks. I know he's going to throw more. I know because more tape's out on him. So obviously he's going to have the adjustment period and that goes for all rookies. So tape's out on them. They got to adjust, and now it's for them to counter the counter. Now you got these DCs for the offensive players of the year and OCs for defensive player of the years that they're going to find some way to successfully undo what you do best. So we will see who adjusts sooner and who adjusts best. But for those who've already made the adjustment and now they are stars, we're going to turn to the DPOY or Defensive Players of the Year candidates. And you have TJ Watt, linebacker extraordinaire, heck, middle linebacker, outside linebacker. You can just line him anywhere for linebacker to me of the Steelers. Max Crosby, the pass rush extraordinaire of the Raiders. Deron Bland, who is now the second shutdown corner. Won't go shut down. The second corner you have to now plan and game plan for the Cowboys for the returning Trayvon Diggs next year. Micah Parsons, the same thing you could say about TJ Watt. You could say a thing about him. Linebacker, middle, outside. Heck, he wants to be so bold as to play on the interior. No, don't do it, Micah. But linebacker of the Cowboys. And Myles Garrett, the outside linebacker / defensive end for the Cleveland Browns. Who do you have for defensive player of the year, sir?
This one was another tough one that you threw at me for today.
This is the toughest one to me.
But I'm going to go ahead and eliminate the 2 Cowboys players because I feel like,
dang, I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, yes.
Same thing.
Looking at this situation right here, and Dan Quinn, is their defensive coordinator, found a way to get the most production out of his players in his tenure as defensive coordinator, especially there in Dallas. And I hope that rubs off in Washington, but we'll get to that in a little bit. I don't want to throw too many of my eggs in a basket right now with only an hour into the show. But what I will say is I'm going to go ahead and eliminate the 2 Cowboys players for that reason alone right there, because I don't think they're going to have that great – they're going to have great seasons, but I don't think they're going to have as great a season as they had this year based on who they're looking to bring in. If it's old Riverboat Ron, if they bring in Riverboat Ron, we'll definitely have a conversation on an upcoming show about that. But, looking at that, TJ Watt doesn't disappoint either. Definitely has had a great year this year. And Myles Garrett, the Browns defensive DNA and backbone has
Around
been
him. Yep.
built around
Mhm.
him. Yes, they would not be where they're at if
Not
he
even
didn't
close.
stay healthy. He was the backbone of that defense. However, I have to give this to somebody whose team, when they fired their coach this year, we were gunning to say they were going to be in the top 5 of the picks of the NFL draft this upcoming year because of how much of a downfall that they had. Antonio Pierce, defensive minded, definitely, as a linebacker, definitely had a spark to do with that defense as well and the production they had this year. And I think a lot of that had to pay dividends for Max Crosby, who this year had career high numbers in combined tackles for 90 tackles, played in all 17 games. He's done that he's played every game in a season for now the past 4 consecutive years. His first year in the league, he played all 16 games, but he didn't start them all. Okay.
Right.
But he has started and played in every single regular season game for the past 4 consecutive seasons. Not only that, to have 90 tackles combined, but 35 assists was also a career high. He had a fumble recovery this year as well, and 2 forced fumbles with one of them recovered, as well as 2 plays defended. When you look at the biggest stat line of them all, though, is the man had 14 and a half sacks this year, which is 2 more than his career the high that he had set last year. He had 2 more sacks than he did all of last year. And to do that with a team that they have basically written off midway through because of what Josh McDummy was doing as the head coach of that team, I have to sit back and say that old Max Crosby is a dog, and I have to give it to him for this award for Defensive Player of the Year. That is my pick, Max Crosby.
So that's why you picked him. You picked him because you wanted to bring Josh McDummy into the conversation. Okay. Goodness gracious. Oh, what is up, my brother Snowman? He says, hey. He says, hey. Oh, wait. I did this wrong. Good morning. And he says CJ Stroud has a very bright future. I agree with you, sir. From one Super Niners fan to another, Niners gang says Super Bowl. Well, we'll talk about them.
Get ready for the... You knew it was coming.
Really? Really? Now? Oh, God. Yes, I did know it was coming. And Lord, obviously, I think Niner Gang knew it was coming too. He says absolutely not. But Victor says, oh God, no, not old man Rivera. Well, you got to find somebody now.
Well,
let me talk to you.
Oh Lord.
When it comes to the Cowboys and their searches for defensive coordinator,
Stop it. Get some help.
Because it sure isn't going to be Riverboat Ron helping you get over the hump. You think he's better than Dan Quinn? Get out of here with that noise.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Max Crosby. Goodness gracious. Max Crosby, that's a really good choice. And he had a career year. And the thing is, I don't think he's done. I think he actually is going to be better. And if he's and considering that Antonio Pierce, who did get picked up, bowl cut, I got to give you credit. You did good. You did good. We did not have a Rich Bisaccia 2.0 situation. Good job. Yes. Antonio Pierce is the right man for the job. He's been a lifelong Raiders fan, and now he gets to coach the team that he cheered for as a child. And now you get to see a man take the team that you crapped over on through with and actually decide to dust the crap off, make them shinola, and you'll see them be better. And you have now a guy in Max Crosby who, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he said it, but I think I had the feeling of this guy was saying, okay, if Antonio Pierce is going to be kept on, I want out. it looks like he got his man, and it looks like Crosby's going to become a Raider for a good long time. So you have the piece to build around him, and you got decent pieces around him already. Now you can build even better pieces around Max, and of course get a running game and somebody to help out Devontae Adams in the wide receiving core. But I digress. I love Crosby. I think he does things like put fear in the heart of someone like a Patrick Mahomes. So anybody that does that, I like. And I think he will win the Defensive Player of the Year. I don't think it'll be this year, but I believe he will win it because he's one of those guys that you want to root for, even if he doesn't play for your team. Love Max Crosby's motor. Love it. Yes, I agree with you. Bland, who Cowboys fan, and Vic, I think you be happy with this. Cowboys fans should be happy you have a second corner. To me, that's all the award he needs to have. He doesn't even need to win the Defensive Player of the Year award. You found your second corner. Now, if Trayvon Diggs can come back and be a semblance of what he has been the first 2 years before he got injured, you have a secondary that you could build around two corners that can make life difficult for wide receivers. So you have that piece, and you have Micah Parsons, who's man in the middle. And if you get some stud pass rushers, I'd actually put Micah at middle linebacker and have him just freelance. That's what I would do. But then again, I'm not a defense coordinator. You can ask Dan Quinn. Oh no, you can't. I'm sorry. My bad. But yes, I canceled them out too right away. As soon as I saw this, like I'm canceling them out. And I don't think Cross is going to win this award, but I think he will at some point, like either next year or the year after. So then it comes down to Myles Garrett and TJ Watt for me. And Crosby has the stats, I think, more than the others, in my opinion. TJ Watt, 19 sacks. You can't say anything bad about the guy. The guy has a motor just like his older brother did in JJ. The guy has great sense of timing. Like he just knows when to go for the strip sack fumble. He knows when to get the right pick. He knows when to make the big play when the air is out of the building. And he knows how to re-energize his team and the atmosphere, especially if it's in Pittsburgh. He just has a good sense of being a disruptor. And that's what you want a defender to be. And he probably, to me, is the best disruptor you have in the game today. And with 19 sacks on the year, in a year where the defense really didn't play all that great, that says something. And, of course, the Steelers are a team that it prides itself on playing defense. I don't think he's going to win the award simply because he's already won it twice. And I think if he wins it, I think it will be a record, which he might get it because of this. I don't think there has been a guy who's won the award 3 times, I don't think. But he probably could if he did. I actually think they're going to give this one to Myles Garrett. I really believe that because, yeah, there really isn't the stats that leap out. I think he could have had more tackles. Yeah. 14 sacks. He probably could even have more than that. But people game plan for him. And I take that into account. Because to me, I think he has elevated himself, not to say that he plays the same position as an Aaron Donald. He doesn't. He's defensive end. Aaron Donald is defensive tackle. But you have teams who game plan for him, and yet he still gets his numbers. He still disrupts. He still put the quarterback on the field, on the turf 14 times. Being game plan, being double and triple teamed. That to me is what a defender is supposed to do. If you can, and You know, when you're number 95, you walk into a building, you know you are public enemy number one of the offense, and you still disrupt. You're the man. You're the man. And since I think he hasn't had the platform to shine yet, and people painted him with the wrong brush of him being a malcontent, because he wasn't. He just was a guy who wants to win badly, and he just wanted it so bad that his emotions got the better of him. I think now is the time that we get a chance to put the light on him in a positive sense. So I love your pick with Max Crosby, but I think Myles Garrett's going to get it.
So looking at this, just want to help you out here. T.J. Watt's only won Defensive Player of the Year once.
Once. I thought he won it twice. Okay, not bad.
I thought so too, but I double checked it. He won it in 2021, the first year we had 17 games in a season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Looking at this, TJ Watt did play 17 games this year. The first time he's played every regular season game in 5 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at that, he deserves to be in consideration for it because he did play every year, not getting hurt to the last game, making him miss that playoff game this year, unfortunately. Myles Garrett, unfortunately, though, only played in 16 to 17 games this year. And even though when TJ Watt won it back in 2021, he had only played in 15 of the 17 games. He had missed 2 games and still won Defensive Player of the Year. That's how good he was that year.
Right.
I think when you think of durability, longevity, and the fact that the man has done this now for 4 consecutive seasons, starting and playing in every single game, 5 consecutive seasons playing in every single game since he came to the league, I think it's time that you seriously consider giving it to Max Crosby, because the Raiders would not have had the season that they had, coached by Antonio Pierce, without Max Crosby. Just like you can say the same thing for Myles Garrett, but he didn't play in every game. TJ Watt is, if you're going to give it to anybody, if I feel like TJ Watt deserves it before Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby deserves it before both of them. I could be wrong, and yes, there's other people out there saying that Myles should get it first, but he had some other help on the defense, just like TJ Watt had.
Mm-hmm.
But who else did Max Crosby really have on the Raiders defense?
That's a good point.
To have, at the level of the other people around him, do what they did. I have to look at what Myles Garrett, in a situation where you fired your head coach during the season, regardless of the nickname or not. That's just my opinion, and that's the beautiful thing about everybody having their own opinion with this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be something interesting to see. It's something that I'm looking forward to recapping next week after they make the pick.
I am too, and I can't disagree with that. Seriously, I know it's your opinion. I can't disagree with it from the standpoint of Max Crosby was the number one reason, in my opinion, that the Raiders actually were within a doorstep of actually upsetting the apple cart and possibly winning the AFC West. I mean, to me, he is the reason why. I mean, if I were to say, well, no, you crazy for that, Drew, I'd be a fool. I had to look at, okay, so they were given up for dead before Antonio Pierce became the interim head coach. And all of a sudden, they have a Christmas Day game where if the Raiders beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead, the Raiders actually could, of miracles of all miracles, win the AFC West if things fall the right way. Did we think we were going to even say that about that game on Christmas Day? No. And so I had to look at, okay, so what's the main reasons to why they got there? Well, Max Crosby. So yeah, if I were to argue against that, I'd be a fool. No question about that. So it's just that I just think Max is going to go up again, and Max to me has the stats to me to say he has it and he should get it of all the five. I mean, he had an insane amount of solo tackles, insane amount of combo tackles, along with the 14 sacks. I mean, no question. But I just get the feeling that they're going to probably either award Watt the award because he had 19 sacks on the year, or Garrett because, God, I hate to say this, sort of the sentimental thing again. It's sort of the, not necessarily rags to riches, but sort of the malcontent to solid citizen type of thing. I just get the feeling that because of narratives, Crosby is probably not going to win the award. But if he does win it, will I be upset? Heck no. Heck no. I may actually be happy for him. Oh, Niner Gang, he says, they put hard times on Cody Rhodes. Oh, Lord. Yeah. If you smell, I smell book. Never mind. He says he thinks Garrett's going to win it too. Yeah, I just think so too. He says, look, that Browns D fell off late in the season, though. Rough playoff performance. Here's something to boost your point there, Niner Gang. At home, the Browns defense gave up 13 points a game. On the road, 29. And that really was their downfall. They just were not the same defense on the road as they were at home. He says that we had to face Miles without Trent Williams. It was brutal. Actually, you faced him with him. It wasn't without a Trent Williams. It was with a dinged up Trent Williams because he actually did get on the field. He tried to go for a half, and it just wasn't happening. And I think he set out the second half, if memory serves me correct. He says, look, Raiders fan needs something. That's cold, man. That's cold. He says, bad enough they have to watch us versus the Chiefs in their home. Well, that's true. That is true. Yeah, bad enough they have to watch the 49ers play against the Chiefs in their own stadium. That's a good point. But I guess the consolation prize is there. Well, they were 8-9 this year, and they probably could have been far better if they decided to pull the trigger on Antonio Pierce being the guy sooner. Who knows? Now we turn our attention to Offensive Player of the Year, and the names, some will be familiar for the next category, and others won't be. So we have Lamar Jackson, starting quarterback for the Ravens, Christian McCaffrey, starting running back for the 49ers, Rain Dakota Prescott, starting quarterback for the Cowboys, Tyreek Hill, wide receiver for the Dolphins, and CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver of the Cowboys. Of the five, who was the best offensive player to you?
Josh Allen did some impressive things with the fact that they fired their offensive coordinator during the season, but it wasn't even his best year in the league. Maybe rushing because he had 15 rushing touchdowns. You put him up there, but still, we talked about all year long about how him having to run the ball as much as he has kind of exposes that team. And I can't give him the offensive player of the year based on that. Rain Dakota Prescott, what he did, for having over 30 touchdown passes, this is the first year in his career where he's thrown over 30 touchdown passes and had single-digit interception numbers. Because every year that he's thrown over 30 touchdown passes, he's had double-digit interceptions. This year, he only had 9 interceptions, so I got to give it to him for at least fixing the turnover ratio on that during the regular season. But he's still not my pick. Brock Purdy, with what he did, he's been labeled as a game manager and all that stuff out there. But game managers don't throw for nearly 4,300 passing yards,
Sure
31 touchdowns. He did have 11 interceptions, but he still had 20 more touchdowns and interceptions. I look at that as a win. 12-4 as a starter this year through 16 games, only missing 1. And, it's still a very solid year, but I even don't have Brock Purdy up there because he has another player on that team in the consideration for this as well, up there in the top 5 of offensive player. For offensive player of the year is where we're at. No, we're on most valuable. We are on offensive player. Okay, so Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb I cannot give it to him because CeeDee Lamb, because of who was throwing the ball, the one that didn't throw, but only 9 interceptions this year. And Tyreek Hill, even though he did what he did, had he eclipsed that record and continued on without, having that downfall towards the last 4 to 6 weeks of the season, I'd be giving it to Tyreek
That
Hill.
award was his. Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to make this pick here to save it for the next one, since I did get a little bit ahead of myself with reading the wrong ones for a second. I'm gonna have to go with, for the offensive player of the year, Lamar Jackson. And
Really?
yes, but my pick will be surprising this for the MVP.
I got it.
So because I just can't give the same award, the same player these next 2 awards.
I feel you. Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I'm giving it to Lamar Jackson here is he threw for the most amount of passing yards he's had in his entire career since 2019, 3,678, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. I mean, besides 2019 and 2020, he did have some double-digit interceptions back 2 years ago, but only threw 7 interceptions last year and this year. But the difference between last year and this year is he had 7 more passing touchdowns than he did, as he only had 17 last year to 24 this year, and played in 4 more games, and improved that record to 13-3. I think the other part of this too is you got to look at the fact that he almost had 1,000 yards on the ground as well. So between the yards on the ground and the yards in the air, the man had, over 4,400 yards combined. So looking at his production, looking at what he was able to do and get the other players around him, like, say, Flowers going, Odell Beckham Jr. going, you missed Mark Andrews for a decent amount of time, but then he came back for the playoffs or for the championship game. So I think you would have got a little bit more production out of it. But still, for what you did and to lead that team to a 13-3 record, that team would not have a 13-3 record without the things that you did, along with some of the other players on that team as well, and the defense. But on the offensive side of the ball, the production would not have happened the way it did with that Lamar Jackson at quarterback. So good on them for getting that contract re-signed this past offseason, because we wouldn't have seen what we saw out of Lamar this season to give, in my opinion, the Offensive Player of the Year award.
Okay, this would be real simple for me. CeeDee Lamb, wonderful season, not strong enough. And you have your quarterback in the same category. Your quarterback cancels you out, and you cancel your quarterback out. So good season, Dak. Nah. Tyreek Hill, this award was yours to lose, and you lost it in December. Once I think teams figured out that this is what they were wanting to do, the fast break offense, it pretty much just rendered you null and void. And they said we want to have Jalen Waddle and the cast of running back speed as H and Mostert. We want them to beat us, not you. And that rendered you not getting the 2,000 yards that I think you were aiming for. 2,000 receiving yards that you were aiming for, that rendered you moot. So then it comes down to Lamar Jackson and Christian McCaffrey. And yes, Lamar got his second playoff victory this past month. And he says that kid Purdy's good. We will talk about him later. But my choice is CMC. And I think the 49ers, and I think Niner Gang, you'll agree with me what I'm about to say. The 49ers will not be where they are if it wasn't for number 23. They would not sniff. They probably would win the NFC West. They would not sniff a playoff victory. They would not have won the NFC Championship game, and they would not even have a chance to win the Super Bowl if it were not for McCaffrey. I won't say best trade ever, but I would definitely say best trade in the last 5 years. I will definitely go that far. I will go that far. Well, think about it. The 49ers were sort of fair to Midland. Then you get McCaffrey on the team, and they just keep going to NFC Championship games. So yeah, and I get that they went to NFC Championship games before him, but it was only, I think, one, and then they stumbled badly, and then the next year they get him, and then they've been at worst NFC Championship appearances ever since. So yeah, Jackson had a great season, but I think he had I hate to say it this way, in terms of offense, I think he had an underwhelming season for him offensively. Yes, the passing numbers were up. The rushing numbers, though, were considerably down. And I think he went for more efficiency than production. And so I look at offensive player of the year more from the production end. And to me, I can't see anybody who really deserves this award more than McCaffrey. I really can't.
And you bring up some great points there, and I don't disagree with anything you said there. You know, we can't pick the same one. I mean, we can and support the other one, but it makes more fun when we pick the other one.
Yeah.
And I think you guys will really like what I have to say for the next pick. But when it comes to this situation right here, Lamar Jackson, you know, putting this all there, yeah, maybe he was more efficient, but looking at Christian McCaffrey and what he did over there, you wouldn't do it without the coaching staff that you have there, putting things in structured in line the way that you do. He wasn't doing this with Carolina, okay? And there was no way that he could because, like you said, their offensive line is like turnstiles over there, okay? Mm-hmm. And Lamar Jackson, yeah, he probably wanted to be a little bit more efficient, but the reason why I got to give it to him is because he proved to be more of a quarterback this year than a hybrid player. Because, you know, before with all the scrambling, you could probably argue that with the MVP, but I think I got some pretty good arguments for my MVP pick here in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Niner Gang says, look, Shanahan was always looking for a McCaffrey type and finally got the real thing, a back that can run routes too and open up the field. Well, yeah. Yeah, he wanted to have that, and it looked like he was on the road of crafting that in Deebo Samuel before he actually got McCaffrey. But no, you make good points too. It's not that I don't think Lamar Jackson's deserving of this award. I just think that, like I said, I just think it was for Lamar, it was more a wanting him to be efficient and less wanting to be productive. And I think you'll be. I think I know exactly where you're going with this too. And it's funny, you're actually aiming in this direction, and you're sort of helping me solidify how I am coming with these decisions with this and the next category we're about to head to right now. All right, so we are at the MVP portion of opening drive for NFL honors, and the nominees for most valuable player in the NFL are Lamar Jackson, starting quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens; Christian McCaffrey, starting running back for the San Francisco 49ers; Dak Prescott, starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys; Josh Allen, starting quarterback of the Buffalo Bills; and Brock Purdy, starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Who do you have for the 2023 NFL Most Valuable Player?
Well, basically, I was reading off part of this from the last one, so my apologies, guys. But as you basically got from that, I don't have to go to Prescott, Josh Allen, or Brock Purdy in my MVP race. I basically had narrowed it down like I did for the last one and had the last two. And some of you are probably going to say that Lamar Jackson should be the MVP and CMC should be the Offensive Player of the Year. But I think for the first time in 11 years, in 12 seasons and 11 years, I think that we need to go back to having a running back as our MVP. And I didn't want to pick him for my Offensive Player of the Year and an MVP because I think that'd be a little bit much. But when I look at Christian McCaffrey's numbers, okay, he had the best production in all of his years this year, rushing for nearly 1,500 yards,
Getting close, yeah.
14 touchdowns, receiving had almost 600 receiving yards with another 7 touchdowns. Okay. In line of scrimmage yards, the man had 2,023 yards. Second time he's done that in his career, where he's had over 2,000 yards from the line of scrimmage. And the year before he did that, when he did it in 2019, he almost did it the year before that, where he was only like 35 yards away from eclipsing 2,000 yards. So when I think about that, and it's tough to do it in your later stages of your career because he's 27 right now. You know, you probably got about another good 2, maybe 3 to 4 years left of this Christian McCaffrey train. You need to go out there and get this Super Bowl this Sunday if you're the 49ers, because you don't know how many more productive years like this you're going to get out of Christian McCaffrey. You're only going to have Brock Purdy on that rookie scale contract for another like year or two before you got to restructure it. And you got other players on that team that you got to pay. So when I think about that, when I think about the biggest reason, like you said, to get the 49ers to this point, yeah, Brock Purdy has played great at different games down the stretch, except for that 3-game losing streak that they had where they just got absolutely pummeled and they had that 4 interception game, that one game. But looking at this now, it's like you said when you were talking about the offensive player of the year, the 49ers wouldn't be where they're at without the production of Christian McCaffrey, along with the decent decision-making of Brock Purdy and the overall head coaching of of Kyle Shanahan. So between that trifecta right there, you know, they've got a decent defense, but that offense wouldn't be scoring the points if they were missing either one of those 3 players right there, because they weren't able to do this when Jimmy G was there. They were not able to do this when they had what's his name as well. So Trey Lance, for the short time that he was there at the quarterback position last year. So thinking about all that, the type of production that they got out of Christian McCaffrey, because no other team would be able to get the type of Christian McCaffrey production without Kyle Shanahan leading the way as calling the plays. I think that, you know, the coach and the quarterback deserve to be in the mention of this. And, you know, you got Brock Purdy up there, but Christian McCaffrey's production, I got to give it to him for this. He's my MVP for this season.
I want it to be this. I want it to be what you just said. I do. Let me see. Let me go down. I will say this. So you have Josh Allen, good year. He's up against too many. To me, he's up against too many who had better years. Dak Prescott, sorry, Cowboys fan. It's not because he's a Cowboy. It's because he's going up against others who had better years. He's not going to pull this award either. But congratulations, probably the best year he has had in the pros. I would say it's his rookie season, but I'll actually say this is the best NFL season he's had. He needs to look more like his rookie season, though, still. But best NFL season he's had thus far. Brock Purdy, he's going to end up winning this award at some point. At some point in time, he's going to pull down an MVP. It won't be this year because you could look, like you said, you could look at too many other factors the 49ers have in why the team is as successful as they are. I mean, you can go, heck, you don't even have to go offensively. You can go, you know, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa on defense and say, okay, well, they're just as big a reason as to why the 49ers have gotten the way they've gotten. And offensively, obviously, Trent Williams, the left tackle that everybody's drilling over. And even in the twilight of his career, the dude is still the guy that you do not want to go against if you are a pass rusher. I mean, the dude is like a 335-pound boulder that just rolls downhill. Deebo Samuel, the spark plug of the team. I mean, the whole team is just energized by him. George Kittle, I mean, the tight end that everybody likes to have and wants. We talk about Sam Laporta. George Kittle is the older version of what Sam Laporta is going to become. The guy that can run routes and catch, and the guy that loves to pancake linebackers, defensive tackles, and safeties. So there's so many different reasons as to why you could say Brock Purdy is going to get this award. That's the reason why he won't. The biggest reason why he won't is Christian McCaffrey. He's not going to. Purdy's not going to get the award because of him. And we got a chance to witness it, not as much the NFC Championship game, but in the divisional round. It took McCaffrey's run to stabilize them in the first half. It took a run, if it's in the third quarter, that sort of sparked them to think that they had a chance to win the game when they were all playing sluggish. And then he capped off that game with a touchdown to seal it. I would love to hand this award to Christian McCaffrey. In fact, I believe he is the guy who is the best player this year to me. He's not going to get it. And Niner Gang said it before I could say it. This award is going to go to Lamar Jackson for 3 reasons. 1, Jackson somewhat, I wouldn't say all the way, somewhat justified the big contract that he got and brought the Ravens to a number 1 seed and started 16 games and was 13-3 to basically have a wonderful season. Number 2, the best performance that I think won him the award was against the 49ers. Yeah, he started off by giving up a safety, but he played mistake-free football after that safety he gave up. And he wasn't spectacular, but he was exactly what the Ravens needed, unlike 1 month later when he was exactly what the Ravens did not need in the AFC Championship game, but I digress. And number 3, this award, and this is what upsets me. You said it. This is what upsets me. This award has now become the best quarterback on the best team. And it's unfortunate. The quarterback on the best team. And it's unfortunate that if a quarterback has a semblance of a good season, that he'll be considered over somebody who probably deserves it more. So Lamar Jackson's going to get it. Christian McCaffrey deserves it more.
Yeah, in the past 24 seasons, only 4 running backs have won the MVP award. And that's Marshall Faulk, that's Sean Alexander, that's AP, and there's one other. There's AP and LaDainian Tomlinson, LT.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones that have won the MVP award. Other than that, it's been a quarterback every single time. And, except for like the entire history of the MVP award since 1936, I think like 2 fullbacks have won it. There have been some other running backs, like Jim Brown's the only one that's won it like consecutive times.
Yeah.
And he's won it 3 times, I believe, if I'm right.
Yeah.
And outside of those positions, quarterback, running back, and a couple fullbacks, except for the one oddball year in '82 when Mark Mosley won it.
Mark Mosley
place kicker for the Washington, formerly known as the REDSKINS.
Yeah.
Okay.
Besides him in '82, and then 4 years later, Lawrence Taylor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the defensive play. Yeah, that's another very rare one.
Yeah.
We'll see a running back every so often, 10, 15 years. We'll see a running back. It seems like, but LT was that dominant of a force. It, he got it then. But yeah, this is something that like you said, it's more along the lines of the quarterback award. And we'll have to see, Jeff. Jeff, welcome to the house. New comment.
How you doing, Jeff?
It's pretty clear the NFL will make sure that Kansas City wins. I guess that means, in his eyes, when it comes to this right here, he feels that Patrick Mahomes might find a way to sneak his way into the MVP consideration and walk away with the award with the Swiftie.
Oh gosh, yeah.
He's thinking that he's going to walk up in here in the nomination in the next day or 2 and steal this regular season MVP award.
Oh, good Lord.
He says that Kansas City wins. I mean, I know he's probably talking about the Super Bowl. I'll just find a funny way to interject it into this MVP for the year.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. That's why I love your pick for MVP, because I actually believe McCaffrey earned it. I do. I believe he earned it. Because I didn't see from, and I literally mean from week 1 to week 18. I did not see a player more consistently show up on offense more than him. But I just know how, considering we were dealing with running backs getting 1-year deals after their rookie deals, and Jonathan Taylor having to squeeze water out of a turnip to get an extension, a multi-year extension, and it took place in the season when he got it after his owner said, well, basically, running backs have to get it off the glass. That's the value of the position. They're gonna get what they get. So, taking all that into consideration, to me, seeing McCaffrey have the year he has should say to people, well, you shouldn't stop crapping on running backs. They are, to me, the biggest reason why, if you have the right running back and the right pieces built around them, why a team can go as far as they can go. Because if you treat that running back right, you protect him correctly, he can make life easy for so many other players on the team.
I need the voters to think about this, okay? The last time that CMC was this high up in the MVP discussion was 2019, when guess who won the MVP that year? That was Lamar Jackson.
And guess who's going to win it 4 years later? Yeah,
he very well could.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's going to flip flop. Either one of them is going to be the offensive player of the year, and the other one's going to be MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I might have picked it in this assumptions list and predictions list as backwards in what most people are thinking, but in my mind, this is the fairest way to do it because of the fact of it's been 12 seasons since we've had a running back as the MVP. It's like you said, it's predominantly the quarterback award. Okay,
yeah.
But in all fairness, because those other running backs that I listed in the past 24 years, those other 4 had dominant seasons like what CMC had. And you look 100. At, especially in 2005, the Seahawks wouldn't be in the Super Bowl that year if it wasn't for Shaun Alexander. LT's 2006 team should have been, but they were upset in the divisional round. Okay? Marshall Faulk's 2000 year was just after the 99 season,
brilliant.
The 99 greatest show on turf. And that was also part of the 3 consecutive years where a St. Louis Ram was the MVP. Because Kurt Warner had it in 99 and 01, and he had it in 2000. Okay. In AP's 2012 year, they had nobody else at quarterback because that was after the Brett Favre situation. I think it was Christian Ponder, if I remember right. So the only thing they could do was run the ball.
And and he gained over 2,000 yards that season. Yeah.
Yeah. And in 2019, when CMC had over 2,000 scrimmage yards, there was another situation where they really didn't have much else on that team. Okay.
Right.
The huge difference between now and then is this production was a big part of why, like you said earlier, the reason why this team is as far along in the season as they are now. And we're talking about them in February. And not only beyond this award, has an opportunity to play in his first Super Bowl and help the San Francisco 49ers get their first Super Bowl in 30 years? So, So,
29 years. Yeah.
Okay, so still close enough. About 3 decades that this team has been in a situation to win. Well, they've been to a Super Bowl before.
They've been to multiple ones, but they haven't won one since '94.
They lost the one with Jim Harbaugh, and they lost the one a few years ago with old Kyle. So, yes, it's the third one that they've been to since that one they won 30 years ago. But still, they haven't been able to get over the hump. And this looks like the best team that they've put on, at least on paper and in production-wise, in this spotlight.
Yeah,
when I think about that, I just feel like he definitely deserves Offensive Player of the Year, but I feel like if he's going to get both, this is the year to do it. And Lamar Jackson, just the biggest thing, even though it's playoffs, and you shouldn't let playoffs dictate your vote because it is a regular season vote here. I just his decision making. If he was such a great quarterback and great MVP, he would have learned within the past 5 years since winning that MVP that you don't throw the ball into triple coverage. I cannot say it enough. I said it last week on our episode of 22 last week, and I'm saying it now in 23. You cannot be the NFL MVP if you have a brain fart in that moment. When I haven't played Madden in a while, Cole, but even if I turn the unit on right now and play it, and I'm looking around to make the pass, I would not pass it into triple coverage if I had the best quarterback in the game. Okay. It just doesn't make sense. It's not logical, and that's why it's not a logical pick for me to pick you 4 seasons later as the MVP when you haven't even learned there from your mistakes that you had in between last MVP and potentially this one.
Yeah. Look, I again can't argue any of that. I just have that feeling, and it's a little bit of a sick feeling in my stomach. I'm not saying that I don't think Lamar Jackson doesn't deserve the award. I'm just thinking he's going to get it simply because he plays a position that if he does decent enough and the team does decent enough, he'll get the award. And if you were to just look at the stats only, not so much. But that's me. Because, well, I happen to like quarterbacks. I'll admit, I happen to like quarterbacks that are more on the lines of a Brock Purdy. Yes, I said a Cam Newton. I do. And do I hate on quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson? No. But what my partner and brother said is exactly why I have said what I said about Lamar Jackson. Great talent. He's learning how to play quarterback in the NFL. Obviously, this has been the greatest progression of that. But that one particular play right there shows that he still has more to learn. And I hate saying that, but that's just the truth. That play there just shows he has more to learn. And that he can't force stuff. That sometimes the best thing to do is to do what you do best if the team is giving it to you. So if the team is giving you the lanes to run, you don't need to throw the bomb. Run. But you didn't win the Lamar Hunt Trophy. Lamar, I think you're going to win, unfortunately, the consolation prize, and that is the NFL Honors MVP of 2023. That'll be your second, but you still didn't get the job done, and you know that more than we all do. Well, I hope that you all enjoyed the NFL Honors. You can see that I think on the NFL Network and on CBS. I think it's at 9 Eastern. 6 on the West Coast this Thursday, and see if your picks line up with ours. That's the end of this opening drive. When we get back, we have a few questions to answer in the Gridiron Scoop.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Hey!
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again, Jason Whitlock.
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pizzle 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby.
Get ready for the Four Horsemen of Pick'ems. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying. But this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Bobby J and Wise El Jefe. Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure. Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. Feels like I've done this before. This chair feels real comfortable and feels strange. Oh, that's right. I wasn't here last week. That's why. Got it. Okay, well, great to be back. Great to share this platform with my brother. And great to share this with all of you. And keep the comments coming on the stream and on the PSF app. We appreciate the comments and the love. Keep it coming. And hopefully we will keep it coming with the news. Here we go with the Gridiron Scoop. So I'll be doggone if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce was an actual thing. I mean, this wasn't a publicity stunt. The two are actually in love. Oh, it's so wonderful. I mean, in the AFC Championship post-game celebration, the kiss looked real. It didn't look like it was a PR stunt or phony. It didn't look like it was something that was cooked up by a PR exec. So it's a wonderful thing to witness, seeing love, even on a football field. Now, I know some of you Swifties, and there might be one or two that's looking at this, is probably saying, well, welcome to party, dummy. Where have you been all this time? Don't you know that Taylor actually is a real chick? Yes. I do know. But you got to understand, you got many in the NFL field that's a little skeptical. I don't think we are, but you just have that. And you have to pose that question, just like I'm going to pose this one. So we're going to see, possibly, I think we are, going to see Miss Swift this Sunday support Travis Kelce. For those who don't know, he's a tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. Support him in Vegas when they kick off 6:30 Eastern, fresh off of her tour date in Tokyo. But just thinking about how we have seen her all throughout this year, why does Taylor Swift trigger so many football fans?
We are off the rails in this moment. And the reason why I say that we are off the rails in this moment is because of this topic at hand. Football fans getting triggered by Taylor Swift. I think it might be the fact the NFL has made over $300 million since Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's relationship has been oh so public since the start of the season. Okay. But, looking at that situation right there, the fact that, when you're watching games, diehard fan, I think that they're getting triggered. It first all started when we were watching the Kansas City games at the beginning of the year, and half the game shots were going back and forth between wherever Taylor was switting. Yeah, there you go. Swifties, you got a new word. Switting. Okay. Or Taylor was switting. All right. So Taylor's all switting all up in the seat with, the Mahomes family. One of them may have a drinking problem. We'll get back to that later. But, the rest of that, you got all switting up there, Swifties, and they're sitting up there in the box. and the camera keeps panning back and forth to that luxury box. Okay, then you got Captain Pfizer commercials everywhere in
Not
in auto commercials and stuff. You're seeing Kelsey's face literally every time you turn the TV on it, almost. Okay, so when you think about that, when you think about, there was one guy that posted something on the internet the other day. I really laughed at it. He was just being sarcastic about how dare Travis Kelce not go to the Grammy Awards or whatever, and Taylor Swift go by herself, yet she's got to go to the Super Bowl and then go perform at a concert in Tokyo or something like that 2 days before the Super Bowl. She's got a busy schedule, but at the same time, I think that so many people, so many NFL fans are getting triggered is because they aren't Travis Kelce. They aren't the one living the life and doing the things. If I had the physical ability and, I would say back then, if I would have guessed, I would have had an older brother that kept me in line, and like Jason Kelce kept Travis Kelce in line to be able to do the things that he did, to be at this point in his life, even though he is a little wild like he was when they won the AFC Championship game, but for good reasons, find a way to have a good balance and make it to the NFL, make it to the pros, to even have a chance to be this good, and then have the charisma and the character that he has to be able to, socialize politically with everyone, I guess you can say, like Travis Kelce can, and then put himself out there. Good on the man for shooting his shot and getting this far. It does seem like it is a legitimate relationship. I am not the relationship doctor or whatever. I can't sit here and diagnose stuff. But what I can tell you is it does look genuine. It does look real. For those of you who saw the clips after the AFC Championship, the guy said he loved the girl, okay? So even though there was a lot of rumblings in the dark about you can't really hear what she said behind it, you could tell, a picture says 1,000 words. Video says even more based on their movements. And what I saw was genuine. I think that the reason why the NFL fans are getting upset is because they're not Travis Kelce living that kind of life right now.
My brother hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I think. And for you dummies who want to continuously say, I have enough of Travis. I have enough of Taylor Swift. She needs to go home. She sucks. While only being shown 1 minute out of a 3-hour broadcast. That thinking is rather... You big dummies.
And before we go any further, that dumpster fire was spearheaded by Dumpster Pelicans, where you can find a local landfill for free to take a picture.
Very good one. Oh my gosh. Why with him? Now on to actually a little more on the football matter side. Brock Purdy. Now, there was this wonderful pass that he threw in the third quarter that it decided to visit the face mask of a Lions defender in the NFC Championship game, but it bounced off of him into the diving arms of one Brandon Ayuk. And that seemed to be the play that sparked the 17-point comeback victory, come from behind deficit to victory, which ended up being 34-31 for 49ers. But the object of this is the guy who threw that 51-yard pass. Now, Purdy ripped off 2 desperate scrambles in that game, both for 21 yards and both leading to touchdowns during a frantic rally from that deficit. Now, were they textbook runs? No. But this was a man who spotted an opening and ran for his life. This is what I was talking about earlier, Mr. Jackson. Diving rather than sliding to move the chains when his team needed the most. And then the 49er faithful holding their collective breath at Levi Stadium, they actually could exhale. In that sense, it was textbook Purdy. Just watching rather than trying to emulate the form and know that it achieved the in the moment mission. And if you think that this is just something that's just hackneyed and knee-jerk, well, George Kittle, he basically said to Mr. Purdy, quote, do it more. Just don't get hit. Scramble. Maybe tuck the ball a little faster. You scamper. I think it's the best way to describe it. Close quote. Now, there's a quarterback that, was a quarterback who now is in the content creation sphere. His name is Cameron Jarrell Newton. And I'm sorry, I was trying to do my best Kyle Nash impersonation. Ding! Thank you, Kyle, for filling in for me, brother. He has been calling Brock Purdy a game manager. And he doubled down. He called him that back in December, and he doubled down last week.
He did.
Why is he using Brock Purdy as a game manager, putting this in quotes, game manager punching bag?
I think it's more so not let him himself down. Like, when it comes to Kyle Nash, okay, me, and I'll have to ask, you or I or both will have to ask him individually. But if it were to me to guess, based on the time I've known Kyle and him being a 49ers fan, I think that's his own way to justify it, to not let himself down in the moment, to where if he does go out there and excels beyond that beyond that thought, then he won't get let down in the process. Okay. But if he does play like a game manager, he was right. So, and when you look at the team around Brock Purdy, it's easy to say that he is a game manager, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I told you earlier, game managers don't throw 4,000 passing yards, have over 30 touchdowns.
No,
and,
you don't.
Barely into double-digit interceptions, okay? He only had 2 interceptions over the mark to keep him into single-digit interceptions. Last year, he was 13-4 and played in a lot less games. This year, his youth got exposed in certain things that we talked about in several different episodes during the regular season, especially during that 3-game losing skid. But in all honesty, looking back on it now, that 3-game losing skid and the woes they had there were probably the best thing to happen for this team for the 2023 season, because they had to have some type of adversity. Look at what happened to the Eagles, to where they were so great for 10, 11 consecutive weeks, and then they just completely fell on their rear end to finish the year. And the 49ers went through that earlier in the year. Well, a little bit earlier, not much earlier, like a few weeks earlier. But when they went through it, it taught them something. They had to overcome something, some type of adversity, and they have been on fire ever since, and deservingly so. But when it comes to your question here about, why is Cam Newton using Brock Purdy as a game manager punching bag, I answered that thinking of Kyle Nash in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But looking here with Cam Newton, I think he's just jealous because he's not in the league anymore, and, even when Cam Newton should have reverted into a game manager role, because, with as banged up as his body was by the time he left Carolina, before he went back the second time, like before he went to New England, he couldn't be mobile and be the type of hybrid quarterback like, what I guess the leader of that that group is now Lamar Jackson, because of what he does in the role.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Newton didn't learn really how to fully adapt into a game manager role. We saw some flashes of it a little bit in New England that one year he was there, but it wasn't consistent, which is why he didn't come back for another year. Well, he did, but he didn't come back and actually play. He was go during the season, went back to Carolina. We know how the rest of it ended.
Right.
Thinking about it now, I feel like that he's throwing all the shade at Brock Purdy because, one, Cam is probably jealous that Brock got to the dance faster than Cam did when he was with the Carolina Panthers, because
that's a good point.
4 or 5 years to get there when he Carolina Panthers, when they faced off against the Broncos and got decimated 24-10. Even though this time you don't say 24-10 is decimated, but the chess match was there, and Peyton outplayed him with his mind in that game. So I think he's a little bit bent because he doesn't, and I'm not trying to throw any shade at anyone or insult anyone's intelligence, but when it comes to football IQ, it appears as if Brock Purdy is levels above Cam Newton now, and he's levels above him even then when Cam Newton was 24 years old in his second year in the NFL. He wasn't doing the things that Brock Purdy did, and had Brock Purdy not got hurt last year in the
Mhm.
NFC Championship game. There's a good chance we could have seen this matchup last year between these two
Mhm.
teams. But
Yeah.
fortunately for us and for Hollywood, we got to see the Kelseys face each other in the one opportunity that we got to see them in a playoff situation, because it took
Right.
till what, 2017 or 2018 before we saw them face off against each other for the first time in a
First
regular
time.
season.
Mhm.
So that was good for us to see that last year. But, not many people go through the type of injury that Brock Purdy goes through on that stage and overcomes that within a year. Within a year, to get back to that same situation, overcome that, and then make it to the dance. And you want to call that guy a game manager? You are just jelly Cam Newton that you're not still in the league, because at your age, all quarterbacks that are of your level and playing, especially someone who's an MVP of the past, continue playing at 35, 36, 37 years old, especially now with the way in the advancements of technology, or at least playing until about 38, 39 years old. Look at Big Ben Roethlisberger, okay? So
Mhm.
I think Cam Newton's sitting at home. Yeah, he has money. He's a little jelly there, Cole Johnson. He wants to be playing, and the only way that he can justify not playing is take shots at people that are better than him now, then, and forever. Yeah, thank you, WWE, or you're welcome, WWE, for I use that term. But
Oh
then,
gosh.
now, and forever, Brock Purdy is better than one Cameron. Did you call him Jarrell Newton, like Jerry Jones?
Jarrell.
Jarrell?
Jarrell.
Okay, I haven't ever actually looked up his middle name, but when you first said
Mm.
it, I thought you said Jarrell, because we hadn't said Jarrell in a few weeks. So I got hyped for saying Jarrell. That is who my thoughts are about when it comes to this pick right
Yes. Yes. That is the government name for Cam Newton. Cameron Jarrell Newton, not to be confused with Jarrell Jones. Yes. Goodness gracious.
here.
I should have known you were thinking that. Oh my gosh.
Go in 9th Ward, Section 8 with the government. I love it.
I thought you'd like that little touch.
Hey,
All right, so let's call it for what it is. Analytics represents the artificial intelligence of the NFL. Go for two, go for it on 4th and 2. No, some coaches seem to have to learn the hard way. The AI is coming from the computer, doesn't always seem to know best. I think we're starting to learn that now. But the Hall of Fame head coach, Jimmy Johnson, has this to say about that. Quote, in some ways, coaches use analytics as a crutch. There is more that goes into it than analytics gives you. Close quote. Now, of course, the biggest example of this is one Dan Campbell. And there was two instances, one in the third quarter, one in the fourth quarter, both in the NFC Championship game. And there's other examples we could cite, such as Week 17, the game they played in Arlington against the Arlington Desperados, Dallas Cowboys, where instead of kicking an extra point to force the game in overtime, he decided to go for two, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and succeeded the first time, but got penalized for it and failed the other 2 times. Now, he failed, of course, in going to the NFC Championship game. He failed there too. Going forward, will we see less analytics in coaching or more of it, and why?
Not sure what happened again. I made an error. But when it comes to this situation right here, the analytics of football have been, increasing, especially over the last 10, 15 years, to where there's been more analytics into the game of football. I think the coaches need to listen to Jimmy Johnson, though, and not spend as much time looking into analytics. If it were me making the choice here, I would say spend less time in analytics.
Yeah.
But as time goes on, it appears that they're looking at it more and more and more. And if that was the case, if the analytics were so great and proven that, especially when you go through, you go for it on fourth down, Dan Campbell, yes, the grittiness and going forward on fourth down is a big reason why you got past certain situations in games. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really, really, really look into these games, because I actually took a night last week because I had a feeling, I really had a feeling that you were not, maybe not in the exact context
Mm-hmm.
of what you worded it in this slate,
Mm-hmm.
but because we didn't have a show together last week and
Mm-hmm.
couldn't talk about with what happened with the Lions, I had a feeling you were going to word something, and I was absolutely spot on with that in this slate, talking about going forward on fourth downs. And this was a way that you worded it was like genius, like for us to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think about this, and I went and looked through a lot of stuff on YouTube last week, like Thursday, it was like Thursday night going into Friday morning, because that was just, my mind was racing at that point. I was thinking about it, I was like, I got a feeling we're going to talk about this on Tuesday. So I started looking at different situations. And Dan Campbell, yes, had a really good success rate when you put the other 31 teams around you, but still it wasn't like he was like 100%. Okay. And the situations that he went for it on fourth down, you and I, whether it was Madden 98 that you played, 2004, 2024, whatever game that you're playing, yes, in those situations, you would go for it on fourth down. But it wasn't just going for it on fourth down and these other conversions that got you to the point. I said it in the last episode you and I did together 2 weeks ago. The biggest reason why the Lions are in the NFC Championship game, in my opinion, was the difference in their offense at the tight end position, not only based on the receptions that he had, but the production you were getting out of him with his blocking in the schemes and passings and running plays.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have that before with TJ Hawkinson. You did have some good things from him, but you didn't have him consistently because he was getting banged up. He wasn't on the field every single week.
Right.
So when I think about all that, yeah, your analytical play is great. Looking at the numbers, I'm not gonna fault you for that, but I feel like, some of these old school ways of thinking and playing it smart and going for the entire picture rather than the shortness of it all. When you go for it and you miss, that's it. Then you got to go back and defend. And if you're giving them the ball on the 45-yard line on your 45-yard line, that's really tough because they literally only have to get a first down and they're in field goal range.
Right.
Or if you got Justin Tucker, you're already in field goal range if you're on
basically.
So you got to be careful with what you got out there. And this question right here was absolutely genius because looking at it, yeah, they did have a successful rate on fourth down, more successful than other teams. But you got to look at how many times they went for it on fourth down.
Right.
And the situations that called for it, yes. But when you are in the NFC Championship game, you've already gone for it twice and you're 50%. I don't think that, especially when you had missed the previous one, that you should be going for it on fourth down again the next time. Okay. You gotta play smart football. Yeah, you gotta take chances and gambles at times, but there's situational moments where you gotta look back and say, hey, we've tried too many times. We pulled the trigger too many times. It hasn't worked out so far in this game. Maybe it did 2 weeks ago, but now isn't 2 weeks ago. We should punt the ball. And I think the Lions would be in the Super Bowl had they punted on one of those attempts and relied on their defense rather than going for it on fourth down.
Yeah, I just think that there is something that can't be substituted. Managing the game as on the field is one of them. Numbers can't quantify what if you have it 4th and 2, you're up 14. And if you put more points on the board, you put more pressure on your opponent. And you can throw analytics out the window. If you have a makeable field goal in that situation and you're already up by 2 scores and you're on the road to boot, to me, that's a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, we probably could make it, but we don't need to make it. To make it easier for us to win this game, we need the points. So let's take the points. And if they were to be up 17, okay, fine. So this stuff still may happen with the 49ers, but instead of being down by 7, having all this momentum at them, then they'll score that touchdown. They'll be down 10 if they try it 2. They'll be down 9 if they make it. They'll be down 11 if they don't. But you're still up 2 scores rather than be down 1 score, and you have the embarrassment of not converting on that 4th down in field goal range. So, and I get back in the opening drive when we were going with Coach of the Year, you were thinking about those things as to, well, that's probably why I would disqualify Dan Campbell. I would basically say, well, that happened in the playoffs. The decision he made in Dallas in the regular season would be the one that's perplexing to me. But hopefully this will be what has him learn, okay, we can be aggressive at times. We don't have to be aggressive all the time. All right, so we're up, we're on the road, let's get the points. Because it matters who has more points at the end, rather than if you have the momentum going and keeping the momentum going. Yes, would I rather have the ball? Sure. But I'd rather have the points more than the ball. And I think that's what Dan needs to learn. I think that's what a lot of these coaches need to learn. And one of them that didn't want to learn it and kept passing the buck to almost everybody else and did not take ownership of it was one Brandon Staley. And that's why now he's out of a coaching position, because he kept wanting to rely on analytics and not rely on coaching what he was seeing. And the eyes don't lie, and neither does the ball. But I guess some need to still quite understand that, and they don't. 6 says Cam Newton needs to stay off of the peanut butter and jealous a while. He's growing out a gut from it. Oh, and he also says, look, Big Brother Jason's being a typical comical Neanderthal. Well, I love Jason Kelsey.
Hey, Kelsey brothers, he might be a Neanderthal, but both Kelsey brothers are doing very well when it comes to the dating department. And, Big Brother definitely locked himself up a good one with his marriage life. Yeah. And definitely, you could tell that their charisma, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree when it comes to the siblings.
No, because Jason has a lot of charisma too. Travis just has more of it that you can quantify, but Jason has a lot of charisma. His doggone self. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you're right. His wife Kylie is one good example of that. He's Sick also says, please pass your motion sickness back, please. Enough with
the sweating.
And he raises a good point with the analytics. He says, look, some study some footage. Analytics and statistics just give you certain indications. Video footage provides a lot more than what folks realize. Yeah. And that's why, you've played athletics. So have I. That's why, and I've actually played football. They stress that to you. Look at the film. Look at the tape. That doesn't lie. More than the numbers and more than indications, the film doesn't lie. You get tendencies. You learn things by what you see. And it may be an advanced game that we're playing now, but in February of 2024, it still is about these that determine W's.
There are differences in the game today than what you and I experienced when we played 20, 30 years ago. When it comes to, the way the game goes, there's different things in there for safety elements. I would say
that we didn't have, right?
Just like, maybe in motorsports like NASCAR, there's different things in there to kind of help them with the safety. So over the past, in this millennium itself, this sport alone in football has made several different changes to help with the safety aspect of it here. And I think that along with that, they got a little too carried away with the analytics. And that's just where we're at now, because it's like Six said, the video footage provides a lot more than what folks can realize. If you actually just watched it and studied that rather than the actual statistics of what came from what you saw, then you will learn a lot more. You learn a lot more from experiencing the moment than the numbers from the moment.
Right. Well said. Well said from Sick, and well said from you. Yeah, and there's no substitute for that. There just isn't. And I agree with the Hall of Famer Jimmy Johnson as well. I mean, you just can't rely on it. You have to rely on what you see and what you study, and that will help you more than analytics ever will, no matter how advanced the stats show you. That's just the truth. Ooh, look at that. Caught that mistake right midstream. A meeting scheduled 40 years ago between the NFL and sportsbook directors sparked hope in Vegas that the relationship would soon take a much more positive turn after decades during which the league kept the city at arm's length. Now, when it all turned out to be was a league official telling the casinos that they would each be charged $25,000 a year to televise NFL games. Longtime sportsbook director Jimmy Vaccaro knew the relationship would be frosty and remain that way for the foreseeable future. And he went on to say the following quote: "In the long run, we thought there was no sense in fighting these people because they could turn off the switch and there are no football games on. So you just have to eat it and go from there." Close quote. Now the NFL simply can't get enough of Las Vegas. The Rays have been playing near the Strip at Allegiant Stadium for 4 years, since 2020. And on Sunday, the stadium will host the Chiefs and the 49ers in their very first Super Bowl, not the first team Super Bowl, but the city's first Super Bowl. The most visible sign that the league has come to embrace both the city and the ever-growing gambling industry. The city has also hosted the NFL draft, and not one, but two Pro Bowls. Now, my question to you about that is, what does it say about the NFL now that they wholeheartedly, fully embrace Las Vegas?
Well, they jumped on the train before it was too late, is what it says to me. Like, they finally got the decisions right. Because yeah, Las Vegas does have some sinful parts to it that you would like to keep the players away from. I think that when you think about Las Vegas as a whole, that stigma that's on the area, of course, that strip of Las Vegas right there, if you don't behave yourself, can definitely turn into some, things and experiences that you may forget or may not forget or may never come back from. It's the nicest way I can put it on our program right now. Okay. Which is why they have the players staying over 30 minutes away from the stadium where it's at. Because I was reading the reports about that last week. Kyle and I were talking about that on last week's show about how, you got the game right there in Las Vegas, but you got the players staying literally like over 30 miles, 25, 30 miles away from the strip. So over 30 minutes away, because, you got curfew on certain nights. You don't want to have little Jimmy John over here gambling at the casino, messing around with some night walkers, if you know what I'm saying, the best way that I can put it out there, okay, on our show as we try to level up our show this year. I don't want to get carried away with saying the inappropriate thing, but you know what I'm talking about when I say the walkers of the night, okay? So when you look at that right there, you gotta do the right thing. I think that it took so long for us to get to this, championship game in Las Vegas because of that fact there. They didn't want to take a chance of, little Jimmy John over here go party all night and then disappears, isn't there for the game. Doesn't want to pull a Dennis Rodman during the NBA Finals or whatever during the playoffs and not be there for the Chicago Bulls in their time of need, okay? So when I think about that, I think that a lot of that goes into the preparation for the big game, and that's why we didn't see them host a Super Bowl for so long. And I think that I don't want to say that they didn't embrace Las Vegas for the longest time because of what they have going on over there on the Strip. I just think that they really needed to come up with a really good plan to keep the players contained from that until they actually get through the game. Once you play the game, once the game is over, and you want to go celebrate all night long with those night walkers, you go do what you want. You go have the time of your life, but not until that game is over. And I think they wanted to find a way to plan all that. But when you plan things, you should do a little bit better of a job. Maybe not so much this year. You really can't do anything about it. But the 49ers are not happy about their practice facilities. Okay.
Right.
So you did a good job of keeping them away from the strip, and keeping them away from the night walkers. You need to do a better job at them at a really good practice facility when it comes to the next time you have them in Las Vegas. But we might not see that till the 2030s now because of how far out they play in the Super Bowl now. But yeah, night walkers is the key. That is what I'm saying right here with my statement.
Oh, Lord, the walkers of the night. Not to be confused with the creatures of the night, which that is what Eddie Pickett termed his fans. Walkers of the night. That is brilliant. Total football talk. Where are my dogs at? That's right. It is time for this episode's Dog of the Week or Grand Champ. I will put this stipulation out there since I wasn't here. I will make it this and last week, and that will be for you as well, sir. So, who are your grand champs for this and last week? And not two, but I mean we're combining 2 weeks into one. And we will start, Drew, with you.
Do we really have to pick a Pro Bowl one? Like a Pro Bowl, it's the Pro Bowl, Cole.
That's wait a minute. That's why I sort of did that. I'm like, we don't. Okay, I'll put it this way: we do not have to pick the Pro Bowl. In fact, I'll say this: if the Pro Bowl portion of the show, yes, the NFC gets the Dog of the Week for the both of us. There you go. So, okay, anybody else? Fair game is all you, bro.
No, I do want to go back to championship weekend because you and I didn't get the chance to talk about this last week. So I do want to discuss my Dog of the Week and talking about it last week. I mean, of course, you can easily go with Christian McCaffrey. I mean, because of what he did to get the 49ers over the hump against the Lions, especially with the Lions really beating the brakes off of the 49ers going into halftime, going up, they were up 24-7 and going into halftime. Okay.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey comes back out there and does what he does and, scores a touchdown in the third quarter and was a big part of that. He was the only one that scored in the first half. But Christian McCaffrey's, running in the second half, that touchdown tied the game in the third quarter after they had scored 17 unanswered points. And if it wasn't for that charge, they wouldn't have gotten there. Okay. But I have to look at another team in a situation where we were talking about, the week before. I was jokingly saying at the beginning of, earlier about how, I was right with the Chiefs pick or whatever. I was absolutely wrong. And Cole was the one that had the Chiefs pick the week before. And I picked the Ravens based on the defense. And they completely laid an egg in that show. And the person that really exposed that defense wasn't just the quarterback. It was someone who they've been throwing a lot of shade on this season. Someone that we had to answer a question about earlier in this show. Someone who may be dating the biggest pop star of all time, it looks like at this point, because someone who's 34 years old, okay, playing a position like tight end that does more than just catch the ball, that blocks, that in some cases runs like a fullback, depending on what the formation is. The guy's a multidimensional player. And in some aspects, he even passes the ball too. But looking at this game, 11 receptions, 116 yards and a touchdown. Travis Kelce's been on fire during this playoff run. I mean, they are saving their best production for the end of the year, the playoffs. This is something we've seen from the Chiefs now 2 consecutive years in a row where they've waited till about the very end of the year to heat up. The difference between this year and last year is this team is more defensive based than we've seen in the past, where mainly their offense was really good and they were going for it on 4th down and maybe playing the analytics we were talking about earlier. But it looks like Andy Reid has done a better job of doing what Sick Dickey said earlier. Is just looking at the videotape, staying away from the analytics, not going for it on 4th down, drafting and bringing in free agents who will improve this defense, because this defense is on another level from what we've seen out of all the Chiefs teams in the past 4 to 5 to 6 years in the Andy Reid greatness over this tenure of time. So looking at that and looking at how things were for the first half of the season, Travis has definitely picked things up over the second half of the season. But looking at how things were the first half of the season, thinking about the fact that we've got a team that's mainly defensive based, you wouldn't think that in the championship game that you would see 11 receptions from 116 yards and a touchdown from your tight end, who had multiple touchdowns the week before and has been scoring a touchdown in every single game this playoffs. And, you know, him and Pat Mahomes beat the Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II and Gronk record of most touchdowns for a duo in playoff history. And then in the same playoff run, he's beating Jerry Rice for the most, what was the most yards in a playoff for a receiver in the
I think most receiving yards in playoffs. Yeah.
So he's now broken multiple records in the playoff led to this point. And you did what you did in this past game for having for double-digit receptions for over 100 yards on the touchdown to help that team get to that point. Because had he not scored that touchdown, that game would have gone into overtime. Well, the game probably would have gone to overtime if Lamar Jackson didn't throw a ball in triple coverage. But we'll talk about that earlier in the show like we did, and maybe at some point later. But right now, my dog of the week has to go to old T. Kels, Travis Kelce.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. You're making anti Swifties all upset. That makes me happy. And for that, you might be my dog of this week for that. Oh, Lord. Dumb Neanderthals. Could it be Brock Purdy? Nah. Could it be Brandon Ayuk? Nah. Could it be Christian McCaffrey? Possibly, but nah. Let me see. What could it be? No. Kelsey did have a great game in the AFC Championship game. Mahomes, great first half, game manager second half, which you got to be who you are to make sure things look fine. Heck, I actually might award Marquez Valdes-Scantling for the fact he actually decided to have a pair of hands to seal the game in the AFC Championship. Who do I want to give this to? You know, I'm going to go off the board a little bit. So after the Championship Sunday games, on the field for me, the guy would be the guy would probably be Brandon Ayuk. Ladybug, come on, brother. But really, I have to give it to the Detroit Lions front office. They have done some really wild things in terms of messing their team up. But now they're actually learning to just sit back and let the things fall, let the chips fall, and then create a winning culture. And I guess that would probably start with Dan Campbell. But they get the chance to keep both their offensive and defense coordinators. Ben Johnson was up for positions, and for the offensive coordinator position, offense coordinator who was up for head coach positions. I won't go into what teams as he was. And Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, was up for a couple of positions. But both have said, you know what? We have something special in Detroit. We want to finish it off in Detroit. And we want to be no longer one of those 4 teams you mentioned and saying, well, these teams haven't made it to a Super Bowl, which that would be the Lions, the Browns, the Texans, and I'm blanking on the 4th name. I'm blanking on the 14, but I digress. The front office, which we have crapped on the Fords hard over the years, you really can't crap on them now. They actually are making sense. They're actually making good, solid moves, and the ownership is actually allowing the football people to make the right decisions. And in the last 4 years, they seemingly have made the right decisions, from the coaching staff to the players they have drafted, to the players they had traded for, and the players they traded away. So I gotta tip my cap to you for this week. Lions front office, keep up the good work, and hopefully you might land a Super Bowl. I'm not talking about landing another one to be played in Detroit. I'm talking about landing one for the team that you represent. And maybe we might see it as soon as next year. Not holding my breath, but you never know. But good job in keeping your DC and OC. And you might ride the wave with your guy being the coach of the year in Dan Campbell. Just tell your head coach to just lean off the analytics just a little bit, please. We do not need to have him go for it on 4th and 2 in field goal range and you're up 14. Come on, brother. Third quarter with a 17-point lead versus a 14-point lead. Any points you're up. Take the points, my man. But this isn't Snowflake of the Week. Good job, Lions front office. Continue that good work, and hopefully the team does better. We'll be right back when we break down Super Bowl 58. Coming up next, the featured attractions. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
Little right here. Look at the inside of these cakes. Now, when you bite into it, just as I demonstrated while you were talking at the beginning of your discussion right there, I could taste the drugs inside of this cake, Sick. I could taste the addiction within the cream filling of this cake right here, to where they not only us with that cake right there, but they made an ice cream out of it. They made an ice cream out of it. A 1-pint Christmas tree cake ice cream. Look at that little just smile up there. Look, she is up to no good on there. Look at that. Look at that smile on there, Sick. She knows that she got you. Got him is what's in her mind right now.
Acknowledge me.
Look at that little smile right there. She's up to no good.
D. Willie in the evening. Thursdays at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 p.m. Central. Exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $sign D Willie 87. Go ahead, hit him up on the Cash App, and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. How about some Willie Bucks?
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
If you're looking for a sports program that gives you the flavor. Washington Commanders? Really?
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
That pulls no punches. Thuggish act by a thuggish actor. That gives you some humor. Praise everything LeBron does and never criticize it.
If you want a show that gives you good times, then this is that show. BS3 Network proudly presents.
I am Cole Johnson, and welcome to
Cole Sports with a Z. Every Friday on Patreon, and every Saturday on YouTube, Spreaker, and all other outlets.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. And again, thank you guys in the PSF app. Thank you guys in the live stream. We appreciate you. Sig Dicky just doing his thing. He says, look, after that mess, I can't date a woman named Deborah, especially if she's short. Alluding to the commercial that of D. Will and Eating, where Sig Dicky was the guest host of the show. Goodness gracious. A show that's off the rails, you had to pick, and I'm saying this with love, Sick. You had to pick somebody who embodies off the rails. Oh my goodness.
That was a lie.
We gotta pause that.
That might have fitted a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, you're right. No, you're right. You were right with the first one a little bit.
That was a lie.
You're right. Because our brother Snowman fits off the rails more than anybody. But here we are, Super Bowl 58, and it is the featured attraction. And speaking of one of our brothers, and speaking of wrestling, actually, Cool McCain, what's up, my man? Eagles fan extraordinaire, and he has a wonderful show that I'm a part of, but unfortunately, due to other commitments, I can't really be on it, called Monarchs of Wrestling. So it's possible that we might actually have to bring him on, and we'll talk a little bit about The Rock too with him. That'd be interesting. He says, look, yeah, he says, yeah, just finished his radio show, and he's behaving for once. I love you, Sick, but
that was a lie.
I love you, cool. I love you, cool, but you don't, no, bro, you already know.
Yeah.
But I love you, brother, and we have something that's we're going to be cooking up sometime in the future too. Super Bowl 58. So the combatants are the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers. They come into the game with a 13-4 record, beating the Packers and in the NFC Divisional Round and the Lions in the NFC Championship. They're going against the Chiefs. They finished up at 11-6. Of course, the 49ers were the NFC West champs. The Kansas City Chiefs, they were the AFC West champs. And their road to the Super Bowl was a home victory against the Dolphins, a road victory in Buffalo, and a road victory in the divisional round, a road victory in Baltimore in the AFC Championship game. The 49ers are favored at current by 1.5. Kickoff is at 6:30 p.m. CBS will be carrying the broadcast. We will start with the 49ers first. They started the season really, 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 really strong. Hey, that's just all love, bro. That's just all love, bro. You already know. They started out the season strong. In fact, they scored over 30 points in the first 5 games. And averaged over 30 points in the first 5 games. And it looked as though they were steamrolling over everybody, and then they ran into trouble midway through the season. They had some key injuries that they healed up from after about that after their bye, but they stumbled, they stubbed their toe, and then they rebounded. And for the lone exception of the 4 interception game that Purdy threw on Thanksgiving, on Christmas night against the Ravens, they have actually run the table. Albeit in the divisional round in the NFC Championship game, it was extremely shaky. They still ran the table. So now the team was in the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the 49ers, who was, of course, up for Coach of the Year, he said that, he is now coaching in his second Super Bowl. He previously was the offensive coordinator back in 2016 when the Falcons were up 28-3. We don't need to say anything further besides the fact that it was Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. that led the comeback.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
Oh, you thought I forgot, huh?
I will not start.
I will not start. Oh, gosh. All right. So, Kyle Shanahan, second Super Bowl trip as the head coach of the 49ers. Now, he had a 20-10 lead in the fourth quarter. Unfortunately, the team couldn't hold it, and they lost the game 31-20 against the same team they're playing now. Maybe not with the same pieces, but the same team nonetheless. How much pressure is there on and for Kyle Shanahan to win this game?
All right, people.
Let me talk to you.
When it comes to this question here, it's a really good one. However, I think there's just as much pressure on him to not take the because I had to. I've been thinking about that for like 2 minutes now. But when it comes to this situation right here, you brought up a great point. I mean, the last time the 49ers were in the Super Bowl, they were playing this team. Yep. And this 49ers team was led by head coach Kyle Shanahan against head coach Andy Reid. And the problem that they have to face is they still are facing the best players, I would say, from that team for the most part, minus Tyreek Hill, who's now on the Miami Dolphins.
That's correct.
But you've still got Travis Mahomes, because I keep thinking of Auto. I keep thinking of the Auto commercial now. The Travis Kelce, still greatest tight end in current football. At least the greatest tight end of today. Okay. We can get into the greatest of all time discussion after he retires. Once he retires and we look at all the accolades, we'll talk about that later. But the greatest tight end to play right now, yes. And then, yes. So he is still there, which is a dangerous weapon that you have to contain, along with the biggest reason why they've been to 4 out of the last 5 Super Bowls and their quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. Okay. The biggest difference that you have to play against this time is a defense that you did not face when you were there years ago. This defense that the Chiefs have now, I would say, is not as dangerous as the Ravens defense, but it's still a very dangerous defense to go against. And it's going to be interesting to see how that offense of the 49ers matches up going against the defense of the Chiefs. I think that's going to be a little bit of a better matchup than what people realize it's going to be, just because of how great that both the offense of the 49ers this season, along with the defense for the Chiefs, have been. So I think we got to keep that in the equation. But as far as the pressure that's there for Kyle Shanahan to win this game, there's a lot, because it's the 3rd Super Bowl he's been in, 2nd as a head coach, but 3rd overall because of his time with the Falcons. And yes, you bring up a very good point there, Cool McCain. That was tough for the Atlanta fans, with what happened during Kyle's tenure there. So, you had a chance to win a Super Bowl there. Going into halftime, we all thought watching that game, the Atlanta's got this one in the bag. They're winning this game. But we should have learned from that game, for those of us thinking the Lions were going to win a week ago, when they had that going into halftime and then it completely fell on their rear end. So looking at this situation right now, this game will speak a lot for both of the legacies, for the dynasty in question for the Chiefs, and for Kyle Shanahan's ability at play calling for the offense, because this is his third shot. This is his third shot overall at a Super Bowl ring, second as a head coach, but third overall. And he hasn't been able to get it done yet. So there is a lot of pressure, I believe, on Kyle Shanahan, more now than ever, to win this game. Very good question, Cole.
Thank you. I feel so this is probably his best shot, even when he was the offensive coordinator of the Falcons. I think this is his best shot of any team that he has had. And I like his chances here. I do. Now, do I think he'll seal the deal? That's a different story. But I like his chances best of the 3 times he's been to Super Bowl with this team. Now, switching gears and going on the other side. Now, going through the season, the Chiefs were 11-6. They stumbled basically through the whole season. I mean, they started off, I won't say strong. They started off solid. I think that's the best way I could put it. They started off solid. I mean, they stubbed their toe against the Lions to begin the season, but then they righted that ship, and they would have these spurts of good wins and then inexplicable losses, like the one in Indianapolis. But they started off strong, and then they decided to, I guess, not know what they wanted to do on offense. Defensively, they seemed to know what they wanted to do, but offensively, they didn't seem to have an identity. It was like, okay, well, we know we have Kelsey, we know we have Mahomes, but we have this defense. But the way we're running offensively, we're not making this defense be in the advantageous position. We're not putting this defense in the advantageous positions for them to actually succeed. We're actually making it tougher for them to play how they can play because of how we're playing. And it seemed to click after their Christmas debacle at home against the Raiders. It should have clicked when It really should have clicked when they went to Denver of all places, and they took 29. And because of that, it revived them, and it gave them hope for a playoff run. Of course, it was still a horrible situation, but that's for another time. But after that L they took at home against the Raiders, the ship seemed to finally be righted. They seemed to be married to the prospect of, all right, we're going to run Isaiah Pacheco as often as we can, and we're going to play bigger sets. We're not gonna try to spread teams wide all the time. We're actually gonna put 3 tight ends on the field at one time, and be a power offensive team. And I'll be doggone if that has not worked to perfection. I mean, the mistakes have been dwindled. The investment in the whole team seems to increase, and the confidence in the offense seems to have grown. So here they are. They literally power their way instead of being the slick, fast break team that we saw the likes of which that the Dolphins are now. That's what the Chiefs were about 4 years ago, 3 and 2 years ago, and a little bit last year. Now they're in the Super Bowl, and they seem to be more of a power team offensively, and they're definitely powered by the defense. One of the players you didn't mention that played in the first Super Bowl as well, that these two teams faced off, would be Chris Jones, who to me might be the best player on the team. Here's my question along those lines. You mentioned it in your answer with Kyle Shanahan. So the Chiefs have gone to 4 out of the 5 Super Bowls. They have won 2 of their previous 3. What would a victory say about Andy Reid's and Patrick Mahomes' legacy?
Oh, it absolutely cement them as a dynasty. I mean, there's been questions about it. People have said because they've been to 3 Super Bowls in the past 4 years before this year that they deserve to be in the dynasty category. They the deserve to be would be out of the question.
Yeah.
At that point, they would be cemented into that dynasty with this win, and potentially we could see Andy Reid retire at the end of this game too, because the way that the cards are aligning this, if they win back-to-back Super Bowls, what else does he really have to coach for? EB is out of a job, would slide right in very well to take over the head coaching job, because there's been several Chiefs spearheaded by Travis Kelce that have been very open in the public about give our guy a real chance, give our guy a real shot. Washington didn't do that. We'll talk about that more here in a little bit. But when it comes to that situation right there, I feel like as much pressure as it is for Kyle to not take the L, there is as much pressure on Andy to get this win, because at this stage in his life, pushing 70, getting close to it, he knows based on the amount of cheeseburgers the man is down. I mean, I can't really throw so much shade on him because you and I are bigger guys as well. Okay. We love to eat at times. So, it's not like we're making a fat joke or anything, because that would be the pot calling the kettle black if either one of us said that. But
that's right.
When it comes to this situation right here, you got to put all that in the equation. Andy Reid, you don't know how much time none of us really know how much time we have, because I've experienced setbacks in the past year or two. You've seen people experience it. We've all been around a situation where we've seen setbacks to where it kind of humbles you in the moment to where you realize that tomorrow isn't promised. Okay. So he's made a lot of money. He's got a lot of clout. He could do whatever he wants and enjoy life, never having to work again if he wanted to after the Super Bowl this Sunday. He literally could. And could it be thinking about that all year long leading up to this point? So you got to throw all your cards in one basket at this point and put the pedal to the floor, try to get this Super Bowl this Sunday. Because whether you do make that decision or not, the outcome of this game and you winning it, they can never, ever question the dynasty of the Chiefs at that point, because you have been to 4 Super Bowls in 5 years and you won 3 of them. Okay. So that's a really good statistic that not many people have been able to pull off. And the last time that was pulled off was by Bill Belichick during his second three-peat. And I think Bill's the only person to do that twice, because they won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years when they won TB12's first 3 rings.
That's correct.
And
you would be correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So, even though you probably won't have a chance to beat that, unless you decide to coach for many more years after the season, which I don't see. If he does come back after this year, it will be to try to get a third if they win. If they win, I feel like he will definitely consider that. But at the same time, you probably will be considering the latter that we just discussed. So I think that this win, as much as there's a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan, I believe get it done because of the caliber of the talent that he has in the 49ers to win. I feel like there's a lot of pressure for Andy Reid at this point and Patrick Mahomes to write that legacy into a dynasty by getting the win this Sunday.
And I believe that's why I can't see the Chiefs coasting, because I really believe, maybe with Kelce too, but I definitely believe with Mahomes and Reid that they probably be the most vocal in saying that they want to be considered on the same level as the 70s Steelers, the 90s Cowboys, and the 2000 odds Patriots, and the 2010s Patriots, where they can actually be one of those 5 teams that I just mentioned, well 5 eras and 4 teams where they have actually had a stretch where in 4 Super Bowls they've been in 4 and they won 3. So I think that that's something that they will probably want to impart upon the team and say that this is something that they need to do. And I think they will play with more urgency than you would think a team that is as experienced and as pedigreed as they are would play, which that's rather scary to think. Ooh, a team that pedigreed actually playing like they have a chip on the shoulder. Ooh.
And for Pete, a defending champion being an underdog, it was the last time we saw that.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They're going in this game underdogs. So the defending champs are underdogs. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I already put money down on that. Like, you have to in that moment. Like, when you have the defending champ as an underdog, it's like they're trying to give you money at that point. Like, and I'm not a betting person who does it all the time, but when I saw that, I threw a couple triples on there. I'm not gonna lie. I had a pretty good holidays working OT. I was like, I'm gonna try to reward myself, or I might lose, but I need some extra money for WrestleMania when I go in a couple months.
Well, now I'm hoping that the Chiefs win because I hope you get your money.
Yes, because I need every penny I can towards this WrestleMania trip.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's not that far for you. Okay.
Yeah. If my boy didn't completely if he is stringing me along, I don't think he will. He's not really known for that, but apparently we got seats 11 rows back from the ring.
Look at you. Okay. So you're going to be in the link. Okay.
For SmackDown and night 1 and 2 and Hall of Fame.
Wow. All 4 nights.
And we got tickets for that 3. Friday afternoon. Well, yeah, 3. But we got tickets for that Friday afternoon to see another event to go back to ECW Arena where I was in December to go see Lance again for BCW. So,
all right.
So, gotta see some indie action while we're there too. I mean, it is like the Super Bowl of wrestling that weekend. We got a little off cap for a second.
That's
but
right. No, that's all right. That's right. That's the first Sunday in April. That's cool.
Speaking
that's
of
understandable.
Hollywood like, but speaking of Hollywood like moments, I gotta dabble into some acting for a second. And I'm not frozen. I did that on purpose. You have to root for the 49ers?
I'll explain. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Cool. So obviously, you know that Cool does not have the warmest of hearts when it comes to the 49ers. I think it is fair to say that, in fact, I'll invoke Cool's words when I will say the following. I'm sure that he would be saying just on his face, quote, piss on the 49ers, close quote. I think I know Cool well enough to know that is how he's thinking. However, it is February 12th, 2023. His team was up. The Chiefs were driving. Then we had a PI call on Mr. Bradbury that led, they were tied. I'm sorry.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Then there was a PI penalty on Bradbury that led to the bleeding of the clock and a game-winning field goal with only seconds left for the Chiefs to win 38-35 over his beloved Eagles. And we had penalties that he felt as though there shouldn't be penalties, and the field that was slick. Am I off, sir? And he says it's a catch-22, and yes, hot urine on the 49ers.
Delete!
Love that.
But for the
urine.
But yes, for the hot urine, I'll give you that.
Acknowledge me.
And he says, I can't have the Chiefs win another Super Bowl.
That's terrible.
All right, so
but based on I gotta throw it back up there one more time because based on this comment right there, I got a feeling that in about 5.5 days you're gonna have a hard time with this.
You can't handle the truth
because they're winning, bro.
So so let me get this straight, Mr. McCain. You want our beloved brother. Oh yeah, someone has to win. Yes. So you would want our beloved brother. And when I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about me. I'm not talking about Drew. But you want to have our beloved brother who has His name has snow in it. You want him the following week to basically be like Jimmy Johnson, but 49ers.
Well, I'm going to answer that before that. If you watch Snowman's play-by-play and saw how quick he gave up on his team during that conference championship game, in that moment, I cannot cheer for this team to win for Snowman because you never give up on your team. And he gave up on his team during the first half, said it is over. This game is over. The Lions are winning this game. And completely was. And Cole, I'm telling you, go back and watch the show, and you can even see where he brought some of my comments up with. All they got to do is have a come to Jesus talk. That's literally, and quote unquote, come to Jesus talk. Okay. So when you think about that, and I put that in the chat, okay, and even Snowman's like, a come to Jesus talk wouldn't save him. Ironic. But then said that, and it did, because George Kittle and others spoke up during halftime, had that come to Jesus like talk, bring the life back into that team. And what happens? They scored 17 unanswered points in the third quarter and did what they did. So that right there proves that you never, ever, ever quit on your team or a situation. I mean, unless you absolutely have to, and there's like, no hope. Like, you're the 0-16 Lions, from many years ago. At that point, yes, I'd expect you to say it is over. But in a championship game, when you still have half of the game left, no. Yes, he did quit fast. He quit like real hard, real hard. And yes, the refs may help Casey. Yes, that has been historically proven.
Lord,
okay,
again.
But all I'm going to say is I'm not going to sit here and say I hope the 49ers win for Snowman, because you've already witnessed 4 Super Bowls. 5, actually.
5. They've already, was 5 Super Bowl victories. Yes.
5, I saved it just in time. But because you had Montana for 4, and you had Steve Young for 5, and you also had 2 other opportunities since then to get to 7 Super Bowls, and you failed. And you're going against a team that beat you the last time, against a team that's been the underdog all playoff, all in the entire playoffs, and has overcome those odds. And you're going to put them in that situation again? You're adding more fuel to the fire. Patrick Mahomes is already mad because of a situation we're going to talk about in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Regarding a family member again. So he's got enough motivation to get this win and to also silence the haters from the Swiftie Nation. So all that being said, I'm not cheering for the 49ers to win for Snowman. Sorry, Snowman, but you shouldn't have quit on your team.
But to your defense, Snowman, you do have Cool McCain, who's rooting for the 49ers because he can't have the Chiefs win another Super Bowl. But he did say, and yes, hot urine on the 49ers.
We gotta pause that.
You gotta pause it because hot urine will get you a battery charge.
He said hot urine. Oh my gosh. So obviously, from what you all have heard, ladies and gentlemen, my brother Drew says the 49ers in Super Bowl 58 will, in their third straight Super Bowl appearance, will take yet another plus he has money on him. I don't have any money on them. I'm not rooting for either team. I'm really wanting a good game. I don't care who wins. I think the Chiefs will. And the reason being, I just don't like how the 49ers have come into the Super Bowl. They do not look strong enough. They don't look like the team back in September where they seemed assured of themselves when they knew they were the better team on the field, and their play let you know it. They are a better team than the Packers. They are a better team than the Lions, but their play did not show it in either game. Yes, they came away with a W. I'm not saying they're garbage. I'm saying that a team that is as talented as the 49ers should not have field goal victories against the Packers and the Lions. Now, I'm not saying they should have blown out the Lions either, but I'm saying maybe a touchdown margin. Between 6 and 9, I could see that, but a field goal, no. And I just don't. And to me, the Chiefs are a stronger unit than both the Packers and the Lions are. And I have a lot of respect for both units, especially the Lions. If the Chiefs were like the Dolphins offensively, I would say that the 49ers should be running roughshod over the Chiefs because that offense wouldn't stand a chance. But since they like to be more power now, and they are giving Kelsey releases, and they're lining them up in different parts of the field so that you just can't key on him to just straight up double and triple team him. They're flowing much better to me than the 49ers are. And just from the eye test, I'm seeing the Chiefs pulling it out. I am. Now, could I be wrong? Yeah. But But Cool says, I'm not rooting for them to support any of their fan base.
Yeah, when I read that, all I saw was not my president.
Oh, Lord.
That's how I read it when I saw it in all caps.
Not my Lord have mercy.
Next, the chopping block and snowflake of the week. This is Total Football Talk. Join Ryan McCarthy.
I became a Jets fan because Kermit the Frog was my favorite Muppet because he was green, and the Jets wore green. That's how I became a Jets fan.
And Dustin Henry.
ESPN is cashing all in on let's pay a few personalities and we'll just kind of fill in the gaps.
As they walk you through all of the world of sports from their perspective.
The Albany Empire, it's a literal circus.
No credentials required. Where, Ryan, say the tag.
Where you don't need a press pass to talk sports.
Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. On YouTube and where you can find all podcasts. This is a BS3 Network presentation.
I want to do a TED Talk, but I don't have anything to talk about yet. I'm getting there.
Life is for the living. We're not here that long.
You can learn anything you want to learn without any money spent.
What do I really enjoy? What do I really want out of life?
I am your host, WIZE.
Are you in a life-holding pattern? Well, this is for you. Welcome to the Stuck in My Mind podcast. Live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson, and obviously from Cool, he said that last message was a mistake. Not my president. Oh my goodness. And yes, we're trying to get through some technical difficulties as well. Hopefully, sooner rather than later. Interesting. All right. Guess we'll have to soldier onward. All right. Well, we get all of that fixed. Oh, he said the full caps was a mistake.
The full caps was a mistake. Well, that's how I read it.
Well, yeah. I love it though. That's made it even funnier. Not my president. Oh my gosh. That was great. That was great. That was great. Oh, on Mickey. So who do you have as Super Bowl 58, sir? Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. All right. So let us get to the chopping block. Oh boy. I might as well just start off by doing this.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
What's coming?
It is a new day and a new era for the Washington Commanders. Nearly 1 month after the team fired former coach Ron Rivera, Washington is hiring former Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn. And he now is the 31st head coach in franchise history. Now, Quinn has been available to be hired once the Cowboys were eliminated from the playoffs wildcard round weekend against the Packers, though the Commanders considered other candidates that were available. Quinn had widely been considered one of the top assistants available for the work he had done in building the Cowboys to a ball-hawking defense. They ranked 5th in scoring defense, averaging a total of 18.5 points a game, and unleashed Micah Parsons, helping him to become one of the highest impact defenders in the NFL. Now, along with Dan Quinn being the head coach, they decided to pick up somebody else. So yesterday morning, the Commanders announced that they hired former Arizona Cardinals head coach Cliff Kingsbury to be their next offensive coordinator. Wait, hold on, wait. But I thought they had an offense coordinator, because as of Monday morning, the offense coordinator was Eric Bieniemy. Well, we now have clarity to an awkward situation following new head coach Dan Quinn's introductory press conference yesterday afternoon. The Commanders are moving forward Kingsbury as their OC, and Bieniemy is now a coaching free agent. And now the team reflects that change. Now, Mr. Quinn, the newly minted head coach of the Commanders, had this to say about the departing former offense coordinator / assistant head coach. Quote, I think he, Bieniemy, is an excellent coach. We're not going to work together here. I wish EB nothing but the best. I have a lot of respect to him. Close quote. 4. Mr. Quinn, 4. You have a lot of respect for him. I digress. All right. Now, considering that I am dealing with a Commanders insider here, I am basically going to give him a softball question, and then you all will proceed to watch the following happen. Now, I did announce the defense coordinator. I left that up to you because that's also newly minted as well. What do you make of the new coaching staff at Washington? The floor is yours. Unfortunately, the
StreamYard. I take the on this one, but to prepare you for the fact that when I saw this coaching hire, I was just preparing myself to see this a lot more going forward. All right, people.
Let me talk to you.
When it comes to the situation right here, when they brought in Riverboat Ron, I'll admit back in 2020, before they hired him right before the pandemic took off. Okay. Because it was like January, like first week, second week of January or whatnot when they hired him. I was actually excited because his overall track record in Carolina was pretty successful for the most part. But that was before I really dived into it and saw that, Cam Newton was a big part of that success, and that got exposed during his tenure in Washington. And I was once it started unraveling, I was one of the first ones to admit my fault when it came to that. The positives with Dan Quinn is he does have a positive overall coaching record. He's got more wins than losses. Is it by a lot? No. Because he's got 43 wins to 42 losses for regular season. He's 3-2 in the postseason because, of course, he had that 1 year where they got all the way to the Super Bowl and then lost in that game that they were crushing the Patriots at halftime just to give it up and lose in overtime.
Patrick Brady
Jr. Now, when it comes to his overall career record, he's 46-44. Those numbers are not really aesthetically pleasing when it comes to thinking about what you can do for a franchise. Now, he did that in his 40s. He spent his 50s now, the past few years into his early 50s, as the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. He says that he has learned from his mistakes, and he is looking to showcase them in an area where a lot of his roots are, because he went to school only an hour and a half, 2 hours away from where the Washington Commanders play at, where he met his wife and, went to William and Mary as a graduate assistant. So he has roots in the Virginia area and coached at VMI. So all that was discussed yesterday during his introductory press conference. I think the biggest thing in this entire situation that I'm concerned about, that others are concerned about, is the amount of wasted money that's going to Eric Bieniemy, because he's under contract for this season. And if he decides to sit at home, he will get that entire, year-long salary, for this season to sit at home if he decides to take the year off. Knowing it, I don't say knowing, but knowing his track record within the game of football for the past couple of decades, I would say that he's probably not going to take the time off, and it's probably going to go close to potentially replacing Andy Reid if he does decide to retire, because that would be the best logical choice at that point. Someone that's already familiar with the team and the players are comfortable around, and he'd be more likely to keep Travis Kelce from retiring early if you do make that move, in my opinion, rather than a full rebuild. But the thing that really throws a curveball at me is Cliff Kingsbury, because, he didn't really have the greatest success as a coach in the NFL. He was 28-37-1 as a head coach, okay? And, his entire time at Texas Tech, you look at what he did with Patrick Mahomes, who's in the Super Bowl right now. But overall, he's 5 games under 500 as a coach for Texas Tech, in his time as a head coach in college. Okay, right there. So when I think about that, that's his 2 times where he's been the leader. Other than that, he's been an offensive coordinator or passing game coordinator or whatever you want to call them nowadays. They got other hyped up names for it. Either way, you're still going to take the reason why you've taken the mother, father, and L is because you still have a lot to learn from when it comes to the game of football and coaching, because I can't say it enough.
Stop it. Get some help.
You got the wrong help. Yeah, I get it. Eric Bieniemy was 4-13 in this past year, but you gave him scraps to work with and an offensive line that I've questioned for several years since it's had missing pieces, even though Sam Howell did have a decent amount of time to stand back there in certain moments. It wasn't consistent. There was nothing really consistent about that offense except for Terry McLaurin being the number 1 wide receiver. Okay. So Cliff Kingsbury has had a great offense in the past. And as an offensive coordinator, can't take away from the man that he does have the intellect to be in that position. What I'm questioning is that he left the NFL. He went back to college. He had okay success offensive coordinator in college, But now coming back to the NFL, to a team that has been an absolute, and I say this with all due respect, they have been an absolute that has been absolutely spearheaded by the likes of these Dumpster Pelicans right here. They are the number 2 ranked Dumpster Pelicans of the 2023 season. And that's primarily because they have the number 2 overall pick, and they were the number 2 as far as the worst teams in the NFL. And now you bring in Cliff with a K. Cliff with the K to stand out and be unique. Well, you had some unique stuff there with the offensive coordinator that you had with Eric Bieniemy, who was still under contract for another year. This basically speaks volumes to me, as you might as well have put Dan Quinn as the general manager and head coach like Ron Rivera, because Dan Quinn basically interviewed and said, did all the rah-rah stuff. I'm going to be great with motivating this team, but I don't want Eric Bieniemy in there as offensive coordinator. I can 100% assure you, without being in that room or a fly on the wall, that it had nothing to do with a cultural background decision, color of the skin, or race, or anything. It had everything to do with the way that Eric Bieniemy had lost certain people within that locker room during this past year in the preseason and all that, where he was being a little too hard on the snowflake players because they're too soft to play the game of football, apparently. Okay, but he tried to bring something that was a part of another culture, being the Kansas City Chiefs, that worked there because Andy Reid has had over a decade to establish that culture. You got to think, when Andy Reid went in there in 2013, the culture didn't automatically make them a contender for Super Bowls right away. It took 4 to 5 years for them to build to that point and making, headway each and every year to improve. Eric Bieniemy may have tried a little too hard this past offseason and maybe a little too pushy that came across with the players, and that in itself was a big turnoff. And Dan Quinn is a big rah-rah guy, as we saw from his time with the Dallas Cowboys. I personally don't remember that being the case with the Atlanta Falcons, so that's maybe something that he honed up a little bit during his time as the defensive coordinator for the past 3 seasons in Dallas. Maybe that's something that he went back to his roots where he was before, when he was in Seattle, before he went to Atlanta, to, maybe that's what helped boost him into the discussions for the head coaching role in Atlanta, and he had to find his way back to getting into those discussions by making that behavior roll on over to Dallas, and hopefully can remain consistent with Washington. One thing that was said during the post game, the press conference yesterday for Dan Quinn being initiated into the head coaching role, is he's learned to delegate more, and he had too many things on his plate in Atlanta. I still, in my mind right there, I don't think that that's an excuse for the way they lost that Super Bowl when they lost Super Bowl 53. Okay. Because I put this post out last week, and Cole, you read it. I said, Dan Quinn to the Washington Commanders, y'all really trying to upset the fan base you have left. Did you just play eeny, meeny, miny, mo with your mother, father, and candidates? Are you prepared for the decline in overall attendance again? Did you even watch Super Bowl 51 or the end of his reign as defensive coordinator for the Arlington Desperados, a.k.a. the Dallas Cowboys? Whoever made this decision has been spending too much time at the local dispensary, is all I'm saying. Those are the words that came right out of my fingers right here as I was typing them into the interwebs last week when I found out about this. When I woke up during that afternoon, I was highly disappointed that they brought in Dan Quinn. Then, when they fired EB, I understood the move, but I was disappointed when it came to the checks and balances and stuff. You already have him on paper for this year. What has Cliff Kingsbury done in the NFL and all those records that I talked about earlier between his head coaching record in the NFL and at Texas Tech in college? And he has been the offensive coordinator in other spots in college. But what has he really done to make you think that he is a better choice at offensive coordinator than a 2-time Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator in Eric Bieniemy? Yes, Andy Reid called more of the percentage of the plays in Kansas City in Eric Bieniemy's first year as the lone play caller in DC. They went 4-13. I get your argument there, but Cliff Kingsbury was supposed to be the one to make Kyler Murray into a superstar in Arizona. And look at what the problems they've had in Arizona while he was there and even since he's been gone. Okay. Part of that, Kyler Murray has had some injury prone issues, but we'll leave that for another discussion for another day. I still don't think that there was enough clout behind the resume of Cliff Kingsbury to warrant him as the offensive coordinator over Eric Bieniemy. I think they should have given him one more year and one more chance. But I think that the connections between the possibility of getting Caleb Williams in the draft this year and the fact that, old Cliff has worked directly with Caleb and was the guy that called the plays and worked directly with him in college. I think that had a big, big motivational factor because they think that he'll be able to get the most out of him. But if that was the case, when the Cardinals thought that because he got the most out of Patrick Mahomes, they were going to do the same thing with whatchamacallit, with old Kyler Murray over there in Arizona. It didn't work out there. And I don't think it's going to work out here either. Dan Quinn has a really good attitude. And for that, I'm really excited about the locker room overall for morale because we kind of need that in a locker room. I'm concerned that, he's bringing in Joe Witt Jr., his assistant under him in Dallas, to run the defense. Okay. And that could be because he's more comfortable with his own scheme, with Dan Quinn's own scheme, to where he knows he's going to call within that scheme. But I got a feeling that there's going to be a problem at some point. Dan Quinn is going to want to take over those calling duties because the defense is going to be playing a little bit lackluster. At some point, this thing's going to fall apart. It may not be right away. It may be a year or two in, but I think 3 years from now, we're going to be having very similar discussions that we've had about Riverboat Ron here with this team. And I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong about this, but at the same time, when people are looking at analytics and I'm looking at tape, like what Sick Nicky said earlier, this is what speaks out to me looking at the past. And I don't know if Dan Quinn could have fixed all those wrongs within 3 years of being just a defensive coordinator outside of the head coaching role.
Wow. Well, I don't know what to make of this. Well, I think it's messed up that you had a situation where you were thinking, well, you have new ownership group, you have having new blood, you having new ideas. I mean, for the first time in almost 30 years, you're having at the top a different voice. So you're thinking, okay, a brand new day should spark. And they pick a retread. Look. Look, I like Dan Quinn. I just wasn't as big of a fan of him as a head coach as I am a defensive coordinator. And you said it best. The last impression we have of him is a defense that gave up 41 points to a rookie QB starting his very first playoff game. No, not obviously rookie, a young quarterback starting his first playoff game. And he goes 21-26 for 272 yards and throws for 3 touchdowns and no picks. That's problematic.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely very problematic. You got to keep your ducks in a row when it comes to that stuff right there. And I guess we'll see how things pan out when it comes to this team and the Commanders at some point in this offseason.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. But I'm so sorry, Commanders fan. Your new coaching selection and your front office and ownership group Yes, Magic Johnson and Josh Harris included. You all deserve to take this.
According to old BJ Ben Johnson, you're just a bunch of basketball guys.
With all due respect.
Who's giving them the business?
Now, the story that my brother alluded to earlier that would motivate Patrick Mahomes II, former Major League Baseball pitcher Pat Mahomes, or Patrick Mahomes I, the father of Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback of the Chiefs, he was arrested in Texas Saturday night on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. Now, according to the Judicial Center of Smith County and their database, it shows that Mr. Mahomes was taken into custody by the Tyler, Texas Police Department February 3rd on a DWI charge. The arrest comes only 8 days before his son plays against the 49ers in Las Vegas. His potential bond wasn't listed. Court records show 11 other incidents involving Mr. Mahomes Sr. It includes multiple arrests for driving while intoxicated. All right, my question to you about that, sir, is will this serve as a distraction for Patrick II, or would this serve as motivation for him 1 week out from the Super Bowl?
When it comes to him and it being a distraction, because you got to look at what his brother has done. His brother's an absolute train wreck. Okay. Absolute train wreck. And you look at how much he's thrown into the Mahomes family as far as, the problems he's put himself out there in the public light. Okay. It's not like his dad's going to jail right now. He's probably going to go do some time because if I remember right, when I looked it up, he got sentenced to 40 days that he served in weekends the last time. So he's going to get something for it this time. He's not, he'll be very lucky, depending on how good of a lawyer they got, which they'll have a good one. But he'll be very lucky if he gets to do weekends to serve it this time. But Patrick Mahomes' father is going to serve some time with this. Luckily, it just happened, and he's not going to be affected in the Super Bowl. But you had Jackson Mahomes and then his wife, Brittany or whatever, in some type of drama a couple years ago or whatever. And then you had the drama of Jackson Mahomes and the waitress or something last year, I think it was, around that time. So almost every single time, and this now being the fourth Super Bowl that Patrick Mahomes played in, he's almost had some type of adversity to overcome from his family. Okay. So I think the first one was pretty quiet because nobody really knew of Patrick Mahomes except for the fact that his dad used to play Major League Baseball. And, he's second generation athlete, I guess, from the family to go pro. So we knew that, but there wasn't as much around him that first time he got the Super Bowl. The past 3 Super Bowls, now this being the third. Of course, he lost 1-2, the greatest of all time, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II.
Junior.
Okay. And yes, what you say. But then you got last year, the Jackson Mahomes stuff. Then you got this. It seems like in the moments where he has, the most pressure and he's got problems in his family, he seems to overcome it. Last year, you ask Cool McCain, he's going to tell you because of that PI call in the end zone, Bradbury. That was the only reason why they got over the hump. But hey, whether it's the refs giving them to him or not, the refs finding a way or him finding a way to win the game still doesn't change the outcome of the scoreboard. So either way, whether it's meant to be the case because you got refs out there trying to make it that way, or based on your playmaking ability alone, Patrick Mahomes has not been affected by his train wreck of a family yet, and he's not going to be affected by them this Sunday either. Regardless if they win or lose, it will not be based on the actions of his father having way too many Coors Lights and getting behind the wheel. And I say Coors Lights because when you watch that Netflix documentary Quarterback, you actually see Patrick Mahomes the first drinking Coors Light on the program. So the man likes to drink Coors Light. Maybe get the man some mother-fathering O'Douls and tell him to calm down.
Gosh. I don't know that on that one. He says good, thorough breakdown, which I agree. Well, of course, I expect nothing less from Mr. Commander's Gridiron Report. He says only retread hired this go around. No, the other, and you'll be surprised at the name, Raheem Morris. Yeah, people forgot that he also was the head coach of the Panthers, the Buccaneers way back when. Yeah. So yes, Mr. Morris and Mr. Quinn are your only two, I think, I can think at the time, retread hires. So at least the NFL is trying to get first-time head coaches in the mix and trying to war coordinators. I guess the trend is starting to trend in that direction. But yeah, I think Pat Trick is going to tune out what Pat has done. And since this isn't his first, unfortunately, not even his second time of doing this, he'd probably just say again and then move on. But he shouldn't have to deal with this crap. And don't get me started on Jackson. Goodness gracious.
Who's giving them the business?
Well, speaking of one that a situation that was not a retread, Gerard Mayo, of course, took the reins and took over for one Bill Belichick. And after 24 seasons in New England, he, talking about Belichick, has had many reasons to be thankful. Now, the former Patriots head coach wrote a heartfelt note addressing it to Patriots fans everywhere and a full-page ad in Sunday's edition of the Boston Globe, expressing his appreciation for their support throughout his tenure, which, of course, includes a record 6 Super Bowl championships. Part of what he had to describe in that letter read as follows. Quote, nowhere in America are pro sports fans as passionate as in New England, and for 24 years, I was blessed to feel your passion and power. The Patriots are the only NFL team representing 6 states, but in reality, Patriots Nation knows no borders. Close quote. My question to you about that is the following. Now, he has been on the sideline of the Patriots 24 years. Before then, he had I guess a cup of coffee as the Jets head coach. He had some time being the head coach of the Browns, and he was known famously before then as the defensive coordinator of the 80s Giants teams that led them to 2 Super Bowls. I know that will make you happy. Smile right now, one Mr. Weiser. Now, my question to you is, how will Bill Belichick be forever remembered with non-Patriots fans?
With non-Patriots fans, it's a tough one because, of course, there's going to be ones out there that say he's one of the greatest head coaches of all time because he does have 6 Super Bowls as a head coach, 8 if you include the 2 as an assistant with the Giants. Okay. Right. But I think he's going to be, because there's more fans of Tom Brady than there are of the Patriots.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Especially with him leaving the Patriots and doing what he did and getting a Super Bowl elsewhere in the manner that he did. Okay. Right. And ultimately proving that he was a big part of why the Patriots won at least their last 3 Super Bowls. Okay. He was a big part of the first 3, but you got to give a good portion to Adam Vinatieri too, because of how much he saved the day in those first three Super Bowls. Okay. So, but still Tom was a part of it. So that still adds to the repertoire.
Right.
Outside of New England, I think because there are more fans of Tom Brady than there are the New England Patriots, I think he's going to be remembered as the guy who cost his own franchise a 7th Super Bowl, because we saw what we saw what Tom Brady did with the Bucs. Had you built the right team around it, or continued to build the right team around Tom Brady and not given up on him, maybe not in 2020, because you would have had to get a few more pieces than what the Bucs had in that moment, because all they really needed was a quarterback and the right mindset to get them to where they got to that first year that he was in Tampa Bay. But had you made the right moves, at least by 2021, you would have had your 7th Super Bowl, I believe. And you still would have had Tom Brady for another year after that. If he would have decided to play those full 3 years with the same team, you could have potentially gotten an 8th, but at least you would have gotten number 7. I
Yeah.
think outside of New England, of course, in New England, he's gonna be revered for being the head coach that led them to 6 Super Bowls. Arguably, whether you want to say Tom Brady is part of it or not, he is considered the greatest coach of all time, even if he never coaches another game and doesn't beat Shula's record. Okay, because the numbers that he pulled off in those 24 years with New England are unheard of when you think of the way the game of football is played today. I don't think we're ever going to see that type of run again with that type of dominance where you won as many division championships as you did. It's insane, but it's awesome to see at the same time. Of course, we'd much rather see for a team that we root for rather than the Patriots, because now you got people getting upset with the Chiefs being the basically the modern Patriots right now. Okay, because especially if they win the Super Bowl, this is going to be all we're going to hear about all offseason long. Although I like what I'm seeing with the Chiefs, because at least it's not the Patriots for one. It's not the hoodie. And you can't not – there's certain elements of this team that you can't not like, okay? But outside of New England, I think that, people are going to say he's the greatest coach of all time, but they're going to remember him more for letting his ego get in the way and let Tom Brady walk out the door. And I think that the karma from that is why – we're not seeing him potentially retreaded, as what was said earlier in the chat with these retread hires. Bill Belichick was not part of that retread hiring, along with Mike Vrabel, and it could be a little bit of the ego got in the way, where there was some ego in Tennessee with Mike Vrabes, not as much as what we've seen from old Bill Belichick in 24 seasons as head coach of New England. He did at least earn some of that ego, I have to give him for what he accomplished there. But at the same time, you can't take away from his Hall of Fame career. He will get a jacket. He will definitely be remembered, whether he coaches another game in the NFL or
not. I think that, I think he will be remembered. Yeah, definitely. And I know this for a fact, because I manage journalists who live in New England, so I know how believe me, I know how revered he is there. I hear it all the time. And the reason why I say I hear it all the time, they wish for the times where they can actually take for granted the fact that they were going to AFC Championship games year after year after year after year, and they hate the team that is now there. They want that time back as much as any fan base would want to have the success that the Chiefs have. The Patriot fan base wants that back, and they relish it. They relish that time, and they hate that they're going through this now. So I know that's why I worded non-Patriots fans, because Patriots fans will love him and revere him. The non-Patriots fans, of course, they'll have a begrudging respect for him, and I think it splits between. And I think you started with the split. It splits between who were more Brady fans than anything. The Brady fans, of course, they will begrudge Brady. It'll begrudge Belichick because they will think he gave up on Brady before Brady was ready to retire. The rivals of the teams, like the AFC East teams, I know Dolphins fan, Bills fan, and Jets fan are all happy that Belichick is gone. And then rivals of other teams that he kept meeting in the playoffs every now and then, like the Colts and the Steelers. I was managed by a huge hardcore Steelers fan. She could not stand Bill Belichick. It was to the point where when she couldn't say anything New England, and she hated Bill Belichick, called him a cheater all the time. But her hatred of the Patriots was so thorough that she actually went to a Foxborough game when the Steelers went to play the Patriots. I think this was a regular season game. And this was around the time where the year before, Jesse James, the tight end of the Steelers, caught a touchdown pass that wasn't, because the refs ruled that he did not complete the catch as he was reaching for the end zone. And he had control of the ball, broke the plane, still had control of the ball. And then after he broke the plane, he touched the ball down, it was ruled incomplete. So of course she has a shirt that says today, Jesse James caught it, and wears it every chance she gets. Well, she was now, mind you, Brady is nowhere in where I was when I was working at the time. So she said, okay, look, let's just do a breaking news press and say that Brady's retired. I was like, he's not retiring. Put it out there. I don't care. Put it out there. I'm telling you, he's not retired. Put it out there anyway. That's what USA Today is putting out there. Put it out there. Like, okay. So 6 weeks later, before she greeted the team, I said to her, so, and I mentioned her name, what about this Brady retirement I said was not going to be? The very first word that came out of her mouth when I told her this was, quote. Let me see, where can I find it? Because this is a G-rated show. Quote. Close quote. So you're going to have many like them just hate Belichick just because they denied their team chips. But I think the rest, I think you have that. The AFC East hate and the teams that Belichick's teams kept running against hate. And I think you have the rest who will, if you're one that just wants to hate, you'll mention Deflategate and Spygate. The rest will respect him and his legacy because he ended up birthing another coaching legend in Nick Saban. So you'll have those who respect what he's about and respect his knowledge of the game and will hate the fact that he just had this dry personality on air. But I really love what he did do for the game, and he will be missed. And maybe, I guess he needed to learn that, well, and I said that I think he was going to demand more than he was going to get and more than these teams were willing to give him. And that's exactly what happened. He got stoned at the gate because I think he asked for too much. And, oh well. But I don't think his time coaching is over. I think his time coaching should be over. Not because I think the game has passed him by, but because I just think he has nothing else to prove. I mean, who has had more Super Bowl championships than him? Nobody. And that's not going to be challenged, I don't think, for a good long while. And the only guy who could challenge him, Andy Reid, would have to basically stay on the next 10 years and win 4 more. I don't see that happening because he's almost around the same age as Belichick is anyway.
Although it'd be cool if Andy Reid could do that, because then that would be the ultimate karma for Belichick treating Tom Brady like he was in this list of dumpster Pelicans, and he is nowhere even near that list of dumpster Pelicans.
And to your other point of how with the Patriots dynasty, there's a lot to hate about it versus the possible burgeoning Chiefs dynasty where there's fewer things to hate about it. One of the reasons why people hated the Patriots dynasty was because of Belichick. And one of the reasons that you really can't hate on the Chiefs one or possible Chiefs one is who hates Andy Reid? He's impossible to hate. Nobody. He's impossible to hate.
Even like, people that were fans of like other teams within the NFC East, when he was coaching the Eagles, still hated the Eagles, but for some reason they still liked Andy Reid.
Right.
Like, he just seems like a likable dude. Like, during that offseason, if you could have him as your head coach, you would have taken him.
Yeah.
So again, like you said, there's a cut and dry comparison, contrast, when it comes to Mr. Belichick and Mr. Reid.
Yeah.
Checks and balances.
Most certainly.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
Getting off the NFL page, we're sort of, I guess, greasing the wheels for what is to come. So you all know that on March 30th, there will be a new football league debuting. Yes. Well, what are you saying? Well, call, wait a minute. The XFL, the USFL. Well, no, those leagues no longer exist. Now they are conferences. You probably saying, huh? Yes, they are conferences of the new United Football League. And they released their 2024 schedule starting March 30th with 10 regular season games on the slate. And you now have the 8 teams that will be and will comprise of the new UFL. So I mentioned that the two conferences are broken down into the former leagues that they represent, that comprises of them. You have the XFL conference, which has the Arlington, and this is Arlington, Texas, which would be the Dallas team, Renegades, who was the most recent XFL champs, the DC Defenders, the San Antonio Brahmas, and the St. Louis Battlehawks. And then you have the USFL conference, the Birmingham Stallions, who were the last USFL champs, the Houston Roughnecks, the Memphis Showboats, and the Michigan Panthers. Now, everybody's going to be playing in their home stadiums, so there's not going to be the South plays in one stadium, the North plays in another. Everybody's playing in their home stadiums. And I'll just mention the ones that will pique the interest of the both of us. Audi Field is where your Defenders will be playing, sir, and my Roughnecks will be playing in Rice Stadium. Let me see. The games will be broadcast on ABC, Fox, ESPN, Fox Sports 1, and ESPN 2. And the championship games will take place June 8th and 9th, and the league championship will take place on June the 16th. My question to you, sir, is what are your expectations of this new spring football league?
I think it's going to be something pretty exciting because we pretty much have the USFL division and the XFL division. Like, it's pretty much how it's showing on paper. I don't want to give away too much because I want us to be able to have things to talk about in the coming weeks. As after, once we get to next week, we'll pretty much have off-season NFL news to talk about, plus whatever's going on with the UFL to prep it. Okay,
of course.
But looking at this schedule right here, they hit the nail on the head starting the week out, the week one out pretty good. I like the DC Defenders starting off against the San Antonio Brahmas at noon on that Sunday, along with the Memphis Showboats going against the Houston Roughnecks and the St. Louis Battlehawks going against the Michigan Panthers, the Birmingham Stallions going against the previous XFL champion Arlington Renegades. I like how they started this season off. Looking at the playoffs, though, it looks like I felt like it went by a little fast when we watched it last year because you've literally only got like the conference round and then you got the championship game. But I mean, we don't have so many teams in the league,
teams, right?
And until they can grow the league, we're not going to see but so many. It's not we're going to see an abundance of teams in this league at any time soon. So for us to even have football from March 30th on paper all the way to June 16th for the UFL championship, I mean, that's pretty remarkable because then by the time we get out of UFL, then we got training camp around the corner. I mean, we'll have CFL and all that stuff to talk about too at that time frame too.
Right.
So it's like once we get through this next weekend and then we talk about the Super Bowl recap and then the next few weeks, we start talking about, what off-season moves are being made at that point. We got free agency coming around the corner. Then we got the start of the UFL. There's a lot to be excited about if you are a football fan. I know we got baseball and stuff to talk about, but if you are a diehard football fanatic like myself and Cole Johnson, you are going to be amped up when it comes to, especially a month from now when we are right around the corner from watching some UFL football, and the two of us will be here getting you ready to talk about it. Because I know I'm excited. We just got to get you guys excited for the rosters that we have coming up.
Yeah. And I think they planned it right because you're going to have a lot of other things NFL related too that's going to sprinkle excitement and be interspersed in between. But of course, it won't be so clustered. Like they're not starting it like the first week of March where you have to deal with possible combine stuff and then the free agents, and then the free agent talk, which will come to the free agent period. They're starting after that. They're actually starting in between the free agent hoopla and the draft. So I think the UFL timed it perfectly, and I'm looking forward to it. And more than just your team that you're rooting for and my team I'm rooting for, I'm actually looking to see how this league is going to grow from XFL 3.0 and USFL 2.0 merging, because I think this is what needed to happen. I'm with you on the title UFL. I'm like,
It should have been the Ultimate Football League. Yeah.
Yeah.
United. Because all you do is take out the states. Like
I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is still pretty lazy. But, when it comes to that, I mean, I'm just glad that we do still have spring football, that it didn't completely, totally collapse. Because when you watch, we talked about it before, it was like watching the XFL and the USL was two totally different things. Because
SFL, I like the product, but the USFL, oh my gosh.
Because there was different ways to, in between play certain things that gave you the WWE, like the entertainment feel of it. Like, with the beer snake, with DC, throwing the lemons on the field, all that stuff that we talked about before that we'll definitely get back into. And hopefully they reprise that as well, because that was, myself as a fan of that team, one of my favorite parts to see. But besides that, it looks like Cool McCain did not agree with my thoughts on Andy Reid.
Well, it's. I don't think it's. I'm basically saying liking or disliking the man.
Yeah.
Now, Cool was saying I hated his lack of success in Philly. Obviously, considering that he went to 4 straight NFC Championship games before he finally broke through, went to the Super Bowl and lost his only Super Bowl appearance as the head coach of the Eagles. I understand that, yes. But the fabric of the man, Cool, it was hard to it was hard to hate him then. It's hard to hate him now.
Let me ask you a question, Cool McCain. What do you really blame that Super Bowl loss on during Andy Reid's tenure? Because when we watched ESPN and all those things back in the day, it was McNabb had the flu. He was sick. Then to find out years later, he got blank faced the night before and went out in town. And I said blank face because, again, we are a G-rated program for this. So, yeah, he got blank faced, bro. Then he goes up there and tries to play the game with a hangover. That's Andy Reid's fault? Nah. That's your quarterback being a McDummy is what that problem was.
Not a McDummy. Oh, Lord. A McDummy. Oh, wow. You are too much, man. But yeah, I'm excited for what the UFL has to bring, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we have in store. Yes, opening weekend is March 30th. We will, of course, have coverage bringing you up to speed, leading you to when the opening week is. And of course, the marquee matchup is the Birmingham Stallions and the Arlington Renegades. Obviously, the two teams that won the respective USFL and XFL leagues championships the previous year. So we'll have the who is the best team of the two battle to begin the UFL. And thank you for tuning in with us. This now concludes the chopping block.
Total Football Talk.
But the time is not over. Yes, I know that's Christmas music-ish, but we're past Christmas. We're in February, but it is still time for Snowflake of the Week, which it's apropos since we're still in winter. And again, the same rules apply in this as with the Grand Champ. You do not have to pick a Pro Bowler. So who is your Snowflake of this week, sir?
Well, before we get to that, I want to say, based on Cool McCain's comment about he hates everything about him, all I could think about is I think 3 Days Grace did the song. I hate everything about you. It's now playing in my head because of Cool McCain's hatred for the man. Like, yeah, you know what? You know what, Cool McCain? You still got your Super Bowl in Philly before Andy Reid got his Super Bowl in Kansas City. So, yes, you can blame the Red Walrus and his frozen mustache over there in Kansas City with the snot rolling down it in the frozen mustache. But again, you got to put some speck on his name, like Birdman said back in the day on Breakfast Club. You have to put some speck on his name. Grab that bottle of hot sauce, put some speck on it. Now,
I am the Eggman. I am the Eggman. I am the walrus. Tube. I blame the Red Walls for getting the one.
Beatles. God, I love the Beatles right there. Yeah, I know what's up with the Beatles. But yeah, when it comes to this situation right here of the Snowflake of the Week, in Cole, it is okay to play the snowflake music because we are still in winter. And snowflakes you can use all year round because whether it's summer, fall, winter, spring, there's people out there always acting like snowflakes. So, yes, perfect. Now, when it gets to the Snowflake of the Week, I'm going to go back to the championship round.
Okay.
And I'm not going to put it on one person. I'm going to put it on a core. Okay. I'm going to put this on the Ravens running back core. Okay. Because you had Lamar Jackson run for 8 carries for 54 yards, averaging 6.8 yards per attempt. Between Gus Edwards, Zay Flowers, and Justice Hill, they also had 8 carries like Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, 8 carries, 54 yards. The 3 running backs combined, and I said it earlier in the show, for 8 carries and 27 yards. 8 carries, 27 yards. Now, when I look at this, and I have the best whispering background noise when it comes to this, because if you are a Ravens fan, you are all upset with the fact that they abandoned the run. Well, when you look at those 16 plays that you ran from the run, and you discredit Lamar Jackson's other 8 and just go with the 8 from your running backs, they couldn't go anywhere. There was no protection. There were no holes opened up for them to run through and get positive yards out of it. So when anybody who knows the game of football, and I'm seeing people out there who are so-called reporters who are even at the Super Bowl right now saying the same thing. And I wouldn't be surprised because I'm watching some of these videos you guys are putting out. If you don't get accepted into the Super Bowl next year, I'm sorry. But some of the, yeah, what's up, man? What's up, dog? And the mic, like, come on, bro. Like, that's not going to keep you in there. And if they watch your videos of you talking about the fact that, you know, it was this, and this, and it didn't have anything to do with the offensive line, what were you watching? Between that and the fact that Lamar Jackson threw that ball into triple coverage. The running game, yes, you can say a lot about that, but when you don't get 27 yards from 8 carries in your running backs, and a lot of that came from the first half because you did a lot of slinging the rock in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't find other ways and other protections to get your offensive line to protect for your running backs. Now, I get it. They were applying a lot of defense, applying a lot of pressure on the other side of the defense with blitzes and the plays that they were calling, and that's something that we've seen from the Chiefs all year long, but we were used to seeing that more so all year long from the Ravens. And the Ravens did do a decent job for the most part in the first half with containing the Chiefs' offense. But the problem was where they were adapting in certain elements on the defensive side for the Ravens. The offense just couldn't do that. The entire 11 players on that offense, and I even put Lamar Jackson and the receivers in there too, just couldn't turn it around and find a way to adapt to the situation because that's what good coaching staffs do. That's why the Lions lost the 49ers because the 49ers adapted to the situation and changed their game plan. The Ravens didn't do that at halftime. It didn't find ways to establish the run in the second half. And that is why I have the running backs as the snowflakes of the week. And any other reporter out there who says otherwise, I have them as snowflakes of the week too. So put all that out there. You need to think about what the weaving of the web that you sow out there in these streets.
Oh my gosh. Why does he want to throw the reporters along with the running back core of the Ravens? My goodness. Well.
Yeah, dog, know what I'm saying? I can't get over that one video I saw earlier today and that real, like, dude, are you trying to get kicked out of the Super Bowl? We gonna eat all the food up in here. I don't know why they let us back in here. Like, why are you gonna say that in a video? They got crab legs up here. We about to eat all. They ain't gonna let us back in. Like, bro, why?
Professionalism be darned. Just
Like-
when we have the ability to go in, they can be like, "Oh yes, you independents, you're gonna have to get out."
I would not be surprised. I don't wish any of that on anybody. Let's
I don't
get
either.
back to that. Like,
I don't either.
I don't wish anything that I said, but I can just say, and when I see things coming, like I've got a pretty good track record of being on point with it. I just see it coming. Like when you got ESPN and Fox, NBC, and ABC in there, they're wearing suits, and you got your boy in there wearing a T-shirt that says whatever his branding is on it. Man, like not as. I'm just saying. Like I'm not Mr. Professional, but I would not be up there talking about the crab legs. We're gonna eat them all, and I don't know why they let us up in here. Like, come on, man.
Oh my gosh, sad. Well, I came very close to giving this to you, Mr. Munkin. Came very close because my thought is you were the number one ranked rushing offense. And the week before, you ran for 229 yards on the ground. But you only called 8 handoff plays, and you had maybe some designs with Lamar to run, but Lamar actually comprised the other 8. 16 carries or 16 rushes for a number one rushing offense. Now, I would respect more if you all lost and went down swinging and you had like a stat of 35 carries for 105 yards. I would respect that. I'm like, okay, well, they went with what they were their bread and butter. They tried it, it didn't work, and they tried to throw it, and it just didn't happen. I would be okay with that. But I'm not okay with 37 passes and 16 rushes. You played against what your strengths were, and you played into the strength of what the Chiefs could stop. That is what makes it even more comical. But even with that, I am not going to heap it upon you, Mr. Munkin, since my partner and brother actually did it for me. I'm going to go to the other championship game. Mr. Campbell, I have so much respect for you, sir. I do. And you're the type of coach I'd want to play for. I have no qualms about saying that. Just like I have no qualms in saying that you had a 4th and 2 in field goal range, up 14, and you decided to go for it. And you could say, well, hey, Reynolds dropped the pass and he had butterfingers all throughout the game. Bump that. You had the ball deep. I won't say real deep, but you had the ball comfortably within 49ers territory to kick a field goal, and you did not. You like to go for it, up 14, and if I'm not mistaken, the 49ers went down the field, they kicked the field goal before that drive. So you could have answered their field goal with one of yours and still put the doubt in their brain, just like we were saying earlier with our brother who, as Cool said so succinctly and so eloquently, he quit fast. We could have had that stay true, and the 49ers would have to trot back on the field on offense, still down 17. But no, They tried it back on the field down 14 with the hope of cutting into the lead further. And they did. And your team got tight. G-rated. The team got tight. The team got tight as I'll say as much as a hard stretched rubber band. They were tensed up. They were making mistakes right and left. Corners couldn't hold on to balls thrown and in direction. Wide receivers dropping passes. And then you had a with the 7-point lead deep in your territory, which made it easy for the 49ers to score and tie the game. All of that was due, Mr. Campbell, to you going forward on 4th down up 14 in the third quarter. You're on the road too. All you had to do was kick the field goal. And heck, if the 49ers kept going, then fine. But it would have been harder for them, momentum-wise, to come back on you. And then you get desperate. You're down 3. You're in field goal territory in the fourth quarter. To bolster whatever hope that you might have. And I think you were actually deeper in 49er territory in the fourth quarter and you were in the third. You decided to go for it and you botched that up too. And you had hopes of possibly tying the game at 27. The game would have been up in the air. And then people would have said, well, hey, it could be anybody's ball game after you screwed it up the first time and it should have been yours. And you should have put an ironclad grip on it. Instead, you let them back in with the first one, and you allowed the 49ers to simply kick you out the playoffs with the second one. And you could say, well, hey, if we got it on 4th down both times, or one of those 2 times, you wouldn't be saying this. Oh, yes, I would. Oh, yes, I would. Take the points. You'll learn from this lesson. And hopefully you'll learn from this lesson and you'll get to this point next year and you will make the easier, smarter decision. Unfortunately, sir, you have the offseason to think about those 2 4th downs in 49er territory, one when you were up 14, the other when you were down 3. You could have given your team a boost with 3 points both times, and you elected to do neither. You got to think better and you got to be better. And hopefully you will do better. But for now, you get this.
Total Football Talk.
As long as it's one. That's great.
And now we come to the end of the program where we give you the post game. This is the wrap up of the week that was in the, now NFL season, as we now are in the Pro Bowl / media day / opening night to the Super Bowl portion of the year. And for his thoughts, I will cede the floor to Drew.
So when I think about what Cole just said, okay, basically Dan Campbell bit off his own kneecaps. Basically, the way that I look at it. Let me shine a little bit more light on the subject over here, because I had a feeling that Cole wanted to go with old man Campbell for the snowflake of the week.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to reprise my role as the hater of running back coordination in Ravenland, like I did last week with Kyle Nash. Okay. So this week, I left the door open for Cole, and he walked right through it and said everything, and I agree with everything, but just left me that small little window to say that he bit off his own mother, father, and kneecaps. Because we had the opportunity to say that all year long. And I actually didn't say it last week because I was waiting. I was waiting for Cole to come back for that one, okay? Because I missed Cole very much last week. Kyle did a great job filling in for me. I did the best I could for filling in for Cole. Cole says I did a great job. You guys up there said I did a great job. I will accept that I did a good job. Now, we're back to normal this week. Like I said, I had to save the moment of saying that he bit off his own kneecaps, okay? But when it comes to this final talk that we're going to have in this post game, I want to give some shout outs. First of all, I don't know who it is on Twitter, but I got to give a shout out to you. You have been watching this show since we started this show 4 hours ago. Whoever you are, thank you for watching this show on the Sertoba Media Twitter channel. Where we don't have thousands and millions of watch views or whatnot on a regular basis. We got some videos out there that that are post live have gotten over that 4-digit mark or whatnot on both Cole's channel and mine. So definitely it's a cool feat. We appreciate those of you out there who are watching it, sharing it, liking, subscribing, all that stuff. But I take a lot more pride when it comes to our live stuff. And you see like the numbers stay the same. Like even if it's just one, like I'm happy if I entertain just one person. Okay. Of course, we would love for that number to grow. We would love to grow our brands and get more outreach. And of course, it climb the ladder if that's in the cards or not. But even if it's just entertaining one person and you're that one person out there watching on Twitter right now, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, not only Twitter, but we've had the Comey Media channel, also the 2 Twitch channels as well. Yes. Your channel on Comey and then mine on Sertoba, they both had a viewer almost this entire time. But I've noticed that the one on my Twitter page for the Sertoba one hasn't moved. I mean, there has been like a 2 and a 3 at some points during the show. But there's at least been a 1. So that means that there's been one person on Twitter watching this Mother, Father, and G-rated program for 4 hours. Thank you very much. Like that means the world to me. It means the world to Cole. Yeah. I gave you a yeah. And anybody else who doesn't appreciate you, doesn't tell you that, they need this.
Stop it. Get some help.
As I try to throw you some entertainment on the way out the door. Because not many opportunities we get to acknowledge the fans. But I'm going to give you this right now.
Acknowledge me.
That isn't me. That isn't Cole. That's you out there, whoever's watching on Twitter. But in all seriousness, for those of you watching this live, watching it post-live, syndicated, whatever you want to call it, we thank you all. I mean, we've talked now for almost 4.5 hours. It's one of our longest shows that we've had, but Cole and I have some catching up to do. Had a lot of football to talk about. And definitely, loved it. For those of you all out there, Sick Diggy, Cool McCain, the big contributors in the chat today, even Wise and Mickey, for your comments out there, and Snowman showing up for a cup of tea. All of you out there showing up in the comments. I mean, we greatly appreciate it because that's more interaction. That's more dialogue that we have to contribute towards the show. So thank you all out there who've been part of this. And we look forward to bringing you more great episodes in the future. We have next week, which we have definitively for the NFL Super Bowl. And then after that, we'll have UFL to talk about, some offseason NFL and CFL to talk about, coming up here real soon. But for my post game, as always, if I can get to a post game, if I can get to a final word and have very little to say about what's going on within the topic of what we're talking about, in my mind, that means we did a great job in that episode. So my hat is on because I having a bad hair day, but my hat is theoretically off to you, Cole Johnson, because you're the one who wrote the slate for this show and all the other shows too. So without you putting forth that work and the elements of having the preparation set for us to have a guideline to go through, we wouldn't have this fluid of a show. We wouldn't have the type of interaction that we have from the fans, and it does improve. It does get better. There's certain days where we have more. There's certain days where we have less. Depends on what's going on in that year, but we can't do it without you. So thank you all who are watching it live, post-live, and especially those of you out there who are clicking that like button and sharing it. It means a lot to us. Please subscribe to both Comey Media and Sertoba Media. It means the world to both of us as we have a lot of things that we want to achieve here in 2024 and beyond. This is only scratching of the surface. We got a lot more things to accomplish out there, but we want to do it with you. Thank you, as always, for tuning in.
Could not express that any better. And thank you for that. I appreciate that. Totally do. when you go through some events in life, I'm not going to go through exactly what happened here. It gives you a different perspective on things. And one of the things that happened to me sort of gave me a new perspective on joys. The joy of doing things like this, the joy of bonding with those who love the same things you love, the joy of having a person that you consider a brother and sharing that joy, the joy of seeing it grow, the joy of seeing the labor of it pay off in how it looks, of things that you have your hands in and you construct and you have it built and it becomes a thing. I think back 6 months ago when this was just a mere topic of conversation, and I've always wanted to actually do a comprehensive football program. That's something that I've always wanted to do for as long as I can remember. And I'll be doggone if and this is, I believe in God, so I'll put that in there. What you believe is what you believe. I believe what I believe. We'll leave it at that. But I do believe this was something that was put forth to me in having someone like Drew say, I've been wanting to do a football program. I just don't know how I want to go about doing it. And Total Football Talk was born out of that conversation. And it has been 6 of the most enjoyable months of content programming I've ever enjoyed. It's only rivaled by probably the bond I have with Wise and Mentality, but doing something along these lines is something that I totally do appreciate and I don't take for granted. And I didn't take for granted before, but with the life event that happened to me, I most certainly do not take it for granted now. In fact, it is more so something I appreciate. So I will take this time, as we are now only days away from Super Bowl 58, to thank all of the players in the NFL, and thank you for all of the entertainment you have given us both. Thank you for the material that you continuously give us. Thank you to the UFL. We'll be covering you in the spring. Thank you to the CFL. We'll cover you in the summer. And of course, all throughout the intermittent portions of between now and when the NFL kicks off again in the late summer. But I also want to thank all of you, those of you who actually decided to take the time to sit down and comment, sit down and listen, to sit down and be to be entertained and thoroughly enjoy what Drew and I bring. I am a blessed man to have this platform, to have this microphone, to look into this camera and to say that I love football, but I love you all more than I love a sport that I have followed ever since I was 6 years of age. And it is because you all share the same love of the sport that I do. And you're seeing two guys who love football, love everything about football, from what we see with the players to what we see in the sideline, what we see with strategy, to how teams overcome certain things, how the front offices seem to think in terms of how they would guide their team from one year to the next. Ownership groups that want to either sign the checks or have all their hands in whatever the product is, either helping or murking the waters. All things football, I am so thankful that I get a chance to talk about it, but I am more thankful that I get a chance to share it with a wonderful person in Drew and with folks like you who love the sport that we consider is the king of all sports, and we get to share together, and we're going to get to grow together in the sharing of the love of it. So thank you guys. I love you, and I love you, Drew, of course. But it is you, and I totally agree with Drew. that makes this happen. So as you enjoy Super Bowl Sunday, do so safely, do so responsibly, do so with the fun vibe that Super Bowl Sunday always gives us, whether we are rooting for the Chiefs, the 49ers, neither team or both of them. Just enjoy the sport that we call the best there is out there today. Because we have more things to share. We have more things to live. We have more things to commiserate over. And we have more grand champs to award and more snowflakes to give out. That will always be the case. But let's share this together, because this isn't the end. It's just merely the beginning.
As long as it's one. Oh, it's great. I love it. I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
What's also one of my favorite things that we share is our passion to see the Dallas Cowboys take that. I had to end it with that.
Oh gosh, hey, I love it. I love it. In fact, that I look, I am Cole Johnson, and I approve all of that message. Oh my gosh. Anything to just simply go.
Delete!
Will always make my day.
And if you disagree with us,
you should know your role and shut your mouth.
And it had to throw that out there in light of what we saw this past Friday night, and
of course,
what we have to look forward to this Thursday at 7:00 on Peacock. In the words of Kyle Nash, "Bing." Even though it's not for us or for him, it's just because we said Peacock in 7:00 Thursday.
Right. Oh,
I'm curious to see how that plans out. So
I am too.
Hopefully we'll find a way to bring that up when we talk about UFL in the future. But hey guys, thanks again as always for tuning in. This has been another great episode. Episode 23, Total Football Talk.
Yes. Oh man. Love it. Love it. If you want to reach Drew on social media, here are the number of places where you can. Sotoba_media on Instagram, Sotoba_media on Twitter or X, and the _ Sotobia on doggone it. Let's try this again. Sotoba Media on YouTube, and of course, and so the _ Sotobia on TikTok. I wanted to say Instagram, but I was like, no, that's not right. I know that's not right. But if you want to reach me, all you have to do is go onto flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. That's flowcode.com/page host Cole Johnson. Oh my gosh. If you do get that, I'm going to miss hearing that.
Yeah, I know. Somebody please help me with this flow code. I've not been getting the right code to flow it in the right direction. I need help.
You are too funny.
When it comes to taking this flow code, I have definitely been taking
I knew you was going to say he was taking the L. Lord have mercy.
I'm going to get on it at some point in 2024.
I'm
I said
sure.
2023, but if it's 2025 and I haven't gotten on that flow code, I'm going to end this. Not my life, just me on the streams.
Thank you. No. You were at a scare last year. No, I don't want that.
No.
You had a scare last year. I had just had one recently. No. But thank you for liking, everybody. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the comments as well, both on the PSF app and on the streams. We appreciate you, all of you. And thank you for hitting that notification bell so you can catch all content, no matter if it's Total Football Talk or any other that emanates from the Sotoba Media YouTube channel or the Comey Media YouTube channel. Yeah, and again, enjoy Super Bowl Sunday wherever you are. For Drew Winningham, I'm Cole Johnson here to say, imparting as we always do, in life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And always remember, you got to play until the whistle blows.
And as always, stay safe out here in these streets.
So long, everybody. Oh, and Roman.
Acknowledge me.
I'm acknowledging that you now are in a world of
Now, that is a